Donna Raftery. I am chair of the committee, and with me, I have Dr. Shirley Smith, Susan Wittenberg, Anthony Wong. Cormac Flynn is here. He'll be sitting there. And so that's that. Here's the process. So I'll call on the application. First, everybody, last time I'm going to say it, make sure you've signed in. Everybody in the room should sign in. There are 2 sign-in sheets up here. If you're here from the public and wish to speak on an application, there are sign-in cards here. Please fill one out and hand it to me. If you are the applicant or the representative, you do not need to fill out a speaker card. You just need to sign in. There are agendas up here. I will be taking things somewhat in order, but not in order. So when I call on the application, please come up. There's a microphone there. It's adjustable. Present your application. Then we'll go to the committee for any questions. Once we're done with the committee, we'll go to the public. Come up and speak. If you haven't filled out a speaker card and feel like speaking on an application, you can still speak on the application. Just fill out the speaker card afterwards so I have a record of it. And then once we're done from hearing from all the members of the public, we will go back to the applicant to respond, and then we'll go back to the committee. I ask that everybody speak respectfully to each other or to us. Everybody's addressing the committee, and there's no back and forth. I think that's it. Once we're done with all the applications, we go into business session. You're welcome to stay for that. We don't take any comments during business session. I think that covers it. So the first application we're going to do is going to be Good Neighbors, Inc. Anything any different? Okay. Yeah. Just because I am going out of order, this is number 4 under C. Yep. Sorry.
Ready?
Okay,
Michael Kelly representing the applicant. Introduce yourself, Franco.
Franco Andrade.
It is an on-premise liquor license transfer application for Good Neighbors, Inc., doing business as Good Neighbors. We're a full-service Italian restaurant. We're buying the assets of the previous licensee, GG's of Mulberry, Inc. The previous licensee had 36 tables with 88 seats and 28 seats in the backyard. We're gonna have 14 tables, 36 seats, and a 4-seat bar, and 9 tables with 18 seats in the yard, otherwise known as the cellar floor. We have 19 tables and 44 seats on the first floor, which is also known as the parlor room, for a total of 33 tables and 80 seats, a 4-seat bar, 9 tables and 18 seats in the backyard. Total occupancy we'll have is 98. Previous licensee had 124. Hours of operation will mimic the previous licensee, 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. Friday and Saturday. Backyard hours will be 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. on Friday and Saturday. I submitted that amended page this morning. We'll have background music, and we'll abide by all the previous stipulations. I can read them out if you want. Yes. No TVs. Correct. Yes, I talked to the architect. The previous licensee didn't get one. There was one from 1948. I don't know what that was, but the architect brought that up to me. I didn't have to bring it up to him. Yes. Well, the architect explained to the owners the ramifications of the fire department coming in. Yes, we have, the C of O covers the first floor in the backyard. Should be in with the package.
Okay, I think that's it. Does anybody, Dr. Smith?
Will there be any music in the backyard?
No music outside.
Yeah, there's no music. Let's see.
We have background music.
We'll operate the backyard garden for dining only, no music or exterior speakers, no heaters, no cocktail parties, no exterior bars. Will close by 11 Sunday through Thursday, 12 Fridays and Saturdays. All patrons will be cleared, lights off, and no patrons or staff will remain after stated closing time. Okay. Is there anybody here from the public on this application? And nothing else from the committee?
Nothing else.
Okay, very good.
All right,
All
thank
right,
you.
Yep. He knows you explained we'll send stipulations. and- Okay. The next up, okay, so for anybody who just came in, please sign in on the sign-in sheets. If you can, please do, either way, make your way up here and sign in. If you're here from the public and wish to speak on an application, I need you to fill out a speaker card. And that's it. Okay, so the next application, it's not cleared out some, is going to be, going to jump to the Broome Street Bar, Inc., 361, 363 West Broadway, also known as 499 Broome. This is just expansion and alteration for expansion onto the municipal property. If you're here on that application. Okay, so see when he's going to get here, because there's a lot of people here to speak on that application, which is why I'm taking it. Well, thank them for coming. Okay, then the next application is going to be 222 Cassiel LLC, doing business as Crispy Heaven at 222 Lafayette Street. This is a restaurant wine. Is somebody here on that application? Okay. New in here? Okay.
Hello, my name is Teddy Gonzalez, I'm the representative. The two ladies behind me are the owners. Their company name is 222 Caselli. They're doing business as Crispy Heaven at 222 Lafayette. She was previously before at 38 Grand Street. It's basically a bakery cafe. The hours of operation 8 a.m. to 11 p.m., 7 days a week, background music. Capacity is 45 people. 39 tables, 32 seats, and a customer bar with 9 seats.
Okay, is there any outside with this?
No,
Okay, and there are French doors going across,
yes,
okay,
she'll close about 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock, okay. And then this is the south or the north storefront? South one, that's what. So we're Ed's Lobster, right? Is that, is the north, that's the north, so this is the south, okay, okay,
We are the Beau Cafe, the previous business.
okay.
I
Eh.
do believe they closed 2 years ago.
Okay, and let's see. Any private parties?
No private parties.
No private parties?
No,
Okay, and it
you have a
is,
petition in there and emails of support from people in the community as well.
okay, and it's just the one floor, there's no?
Yeah, 1 floor only, yeah.
Okay. Basement, no outside. No TVs, background music,
Just background music.
okay. Anybody from the committee have any questions? Go ahead, Cormac.
Hello, there was one thing in the application that concerned me when you described the design of the place. You were talking about exposed brick walls and so forth. I understand with quiet background music, I am concerned about the leakage of sound into the apartments above. Do you know if that's been a problem with the previous occupant of the space?
As I'm informed, there was never problem, and our music is really not really loud.
Okay,
So we are, of course, like about to install any application, what has to be done.
okay, so just make sure the folks above have your
Absolutely.
phone number and things, because this does become a problem in old buildings with, when you don't soundproof, you have these brick walls. So if they start getting noise above, it's gonna become a problem and you may have to soundproof.
Thank you so much for considering. In my other location, we even installed something like for the soundpround. So yes. Okay, thank you.
Just to follow up on that, have you talked to the upstairs neighbors? Have you?
We talk with everyone.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else from the committee have anything? No. Is there anybody here from the public on this application? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The next application is going to be Sullivan Taqueria 2 Inc. at 71 Sullivan Street. This is a Tavern Wine.
Yeah, my name is Sam Park. I'm the representative. I'm here for Sullivan Taqueria 2 INC. Here's my applicant is next to me. And Sullivan Taqueria is the Mexican restaurant, and we are applying for beer and wine license. And hour of operation is going to be the 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. 7 days a week. We have one bar and no stool, and there'll be 5 table and 12 seat. And we have only play background music only and no outdoor seating.
Okay, so the seating is different than. Okay, and then what about the takeout business? Are you doing takeout and
Take
How-
care also, yes.
because there's not many seats, so how?
Yes.
What is the plan for the delivery bikes and all of that?
What is it? Yeah, we use basically applications like Grubhub and Mulberry for
So,
delivery.
so but where are they all going to park their bikes, or how? Will you sketch, so that there's not a lot of bicycles outside congregating on the sidewalk is my concern.
No, we usually we use their
You have to come up to the microphone, please.
they usually use their own drivers, so it's not like we're gonna have bikes standing in the sidewalk.
So it's not, what are those food delivery things? It's DoorDash and all of those
Yeah,
come with their own bikes,
yeah,
and then they park outside to go in and get everything is my,
yeah. Basically, that's what they.
yeah, and so okay. What's different about this seating? I don't see on this diagram. Looks the same,
I just attached the pictures, the inside and the floors.
but where are the 5 tables? I see 2 tables. Not, okay, so it's the
Yeah.
pictures, it's not in the diagram, okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, it's not a full kitchen, it's tavern. I don't think so. And then is this a transfer application or?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Previous owner has a beer and wine license
Right.
also.
Okay, does anybody from the committee have questions on this? Are you guys okay? Yeah. Okay, okay. I think
Thank
that's
you.
good. Thank you.
Thank you.
For everybody who's just come in, if you could sign in up front, just so we have a record of who is here. If you are here from the public and wish to, there's 2 sign-in sheets, so help yourself to, if you're here and wish to split, there's an extra sign-in sheet right under where he's signing in there. And then if you wish to, if you're here from the public and wish to speak on an application, there are speaker cards here. If you could fill that out and hand that to me, that would be helpful. And there are agendas here, and I'm taking things somewhat in order, but not exactly in order. And I didn't ask if there was anybody here to speak on Sullivan Taqueria. Was there anybody here to speak on Sullivan Taqueria? I didn't have a sign-in card for that, so. Okay. All right. So the next application that is on our agenda is this Maison Welles LLC at 18 East 13th Street. Is anybody here? The applicant is not here. So is anybody here on that application from the public tonight? They're going to be here on Thursday night. I found that out right as I was coming here. They misunderstood and thought they were on Thursday night. So I just want to make sure no one's here to speak on that, because if you are, I would take the testimony, or you can come back on Thursday. Okay, so we're good with that. Okay, then he's not here, right? Okay. Is there anybody here from Cantiere, New York LLC, doing business as Cantiere, Hambirreira at 41 Kenmare? And I think I butchered that. Is anyone here on that? Okay, so that one, we didn't hear anything from them, and we didn't receive any information, so we are not hearing that. The next application is 470 Broome Cafe LLC, doing business as Francesco, 55.5 Greene Street. Okay. Yep. Waiting for the manager to come. Who's the attorney? The same thing, Frank. Okay. So then the next one is 1/5 Historic Hospitality LLC at 1/5 Avenue.
Good evening. Joseph Levy here on behalf of 1/5 Historic Hospitality LLC. I have Nick and Amanda behind me, who are the owners of this establishment. The application before you is an on-premise liquor license. It's a transfer of an existing license application. I'd like them to give you a little background on the concept, and then I'll jump back into the details of the application.
Good evening. My name is Amanda, and we are here for 1/5 Historic Hospitality, which will be the Golden Steer, New York at 1/5. We're incredibly excited to be opening. We're the oldest steakhouse in Las Vegas, and excited to merge that with the history of the 1/5 iconic establishment.
So as they've mentioned, this steakhouse has been in Las Vegas since the 50s, and they're looking to open up a second location here in New York City. This space had been licensed previously. Again, this is a transfer of an existing liquor license pursuant to an asset sale, and we are transferring exactly the stipulations that existed. Full liquor license, restaurant use, background music only, 12 to 2 daily, no outdoor dining here, You'll notice there's 73 signatures from within the building itself in the package. It's the ground floor space. There is a basement as well. However, the basement is just kitchen and back of house. Total occupancy of both floors is 269. There is a PA permit that's active. There's 42 tables here, 154 seats, one bar with 15 seats. This will be primarily a reservation system restaurant to ensure that we can control the space and the flow of traffic. They will have not security, but they will have front of house staff, whether it be a doorman, maitre d', things like that, to ensure that there's no lines outside, there's no crowding outside. They'll keep the cars moving. If it gets to the point where it's necessary, they'll consider moving the Uber or Lyft pickup points away from the space in a way that would be less impactful for residents if that becomes an issue. There is some soundproofing in place within the space already. However, they will be installing some additional soundproofing, including carpets and some other sound baffling materials. If you have any questions, we're here to answer them. And again, these guys have been doing this for a while. Families have been doing it for even longer.
Are they based in New York or are you coming to?
We are based in New York now.
Okay, all right. What was the square footage of each of the floors roughly? Just, do you have that?
Split or do you know?
Yeah, the first floor is probably, I'll say like 4,800, and then the basement is like 1,600.
So the 4,600 that's on the questionnaire is
ground
for the
floor.
first, is the ground floor. Are you, but you're licensing both floors or?
Just in case we need it for storage.
Yeah,
or
yeah, yeah.
whatever.
Okay. And the private party is about 20 a year.
That's the guess.
Okay. So if I put no more than 20, that's
Yes.
good? Okay. And close the doors at 10 PM? I don't think, there's not operable doors there, right? There's no French doors?
No.
No. Okay.
No outdoor dining. I'm not sure if I mentioned.
Right. And the bathrooms are on the ground floor. Nobody's going downstairs to use bathrooms. Okay. And then what it did have before was that no reservations after 11 o'clock
We're comfortable with that.
and that your stated closing time is midnight.
But we'd like, if we could, to have the last seating 11:30 instead of 11.
And stated closing time is midnight. That's what the other ones.
Comfortable with that. Means if you're. Yeah. As long as you're.
Yeah, but it's but we did the stipulations, just so everybody knows, the stipulations from the other one, they wanted the 2 PM, but we weren't. So as part of a compromise, they wanted the 2 PM so that people could stay and linger and have a drink, but that people wouldn't be coming and going. So the advertised closing hour was 12 and the last reservation was 11, but they could be open until 2.
And we're comfortable with that. It's very similar to how they operate in Las
Okay.
Vegas.
Okay. Does anybody from the committee have any questions? Cormac?
I don't have a question. I just want to clarify now. So we're at 11 or 11:30 on the last seating or reservation or whatever.
We'd prefer 11:30 as a last seating.
How about we do 11 and 11:30 Thursday, Friday, and Saturday?
That works.
Okay. Anything else?
The concept has been around a long time, but you've only been involved since 2019. Is that?
Her
just
family's
a-
been involved a lot longer
Okay,
than that,
so
but
that's what the
they took
difference
it
is.
over.
Okay, just so that there was a
Yep.
difference in the materials.
That's
that
when they
the-
got, that's when they took ownership of it.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think that does it. Thank you. Okay, so the next application we are going to hear is 450 Broadway C&S LLC at 450 West Broadway, on premise for restaurant.
Good afternoon, good evening. Joseph Levy here on behalf of 450 Broadway CNS LLC. I have with me what will be the GM of the space. Peter will say a few words about the concept, and then we'll jump back into the application itself. This is also an on-premise transfer pursuant to an asset sale.
Good evening, this is Peter. The concept is going to be an elevated Mediterranean cuisine, focusing on different origins of the cuisine itself.
Okay, can we have Peter's last name?
Sure.
Phyo, Phyo.
And the principals are not here.
Principals are not here. It's a large group, but Peter is going to be the one who is running this particular location, which is why it makes sense that he's here, as you heard us last month for a different location with the person who is running that particular
Okay.
location.
Okay.
This is an asset sale, purchase of the assets of an existing restaurant here with a full liquor license. It was the old Principe space at 450 West Broadway. The idea here is to keep it a restaurant and to keep every single stipulation the same as they had agreed to previously. Just a couple notes on that, because a couple things we did actually want to remove, and I'll get there in a moment. We have 41 tables within the space, ground floor and lower level, with 150 seats total. There's one bar with 11 seats. There was originally some confusion with respect to the outdoor space. We originally did not include it in our package because we needed to verify that it was not going to require DOT approval, and we did not want to bring you guys an outdoor space that we couldn't really apply for quite yet. We have received confirmation that it is within the property line, so we would like to include it here, following the same stipulations that the prior operator had agreed to. You'll see some signatures. Reached out to some block associations. Only feedback we got back was with respect to the outdoor space. And again, if there's anyone here to speak on it, we're happy to speak about it. There's a stipulation in there that live music will be allowed downstairs for private events only. We actually would like to strike that altogether. We don't believe we're ever going to do that, so we're happy to remove it completely. And other than that, it will operate with the same hours of operation as the prior operator, which is Monday through Thursday, 12 to 1, Friday and Saturday, 12 to 2, Sunday, 12 to 12.
Okay, and so since there's no live music, there's no entertainment level.
No, it's just background music throughout,
too, and
correct.
there's no
Entertainment levels
DJs.
gone, no DJ. It's all recorded background music. So entertainment level music is gone, live music downstairs is gone.
Okay, and private parties, 15.
15 is a good number.
Okay.
Again, similar situation to the last application that I presented, in that there will not be security here, but there will be a doorman. There will be front of house staff to ensure that the traffic does move along. There's no crowding in the frontage or outside. This will be a reservation only restaurant. So they'll be able to manage the crowds a little bit better that way. Plus, there is some size inside here. They didn't max out capacity, and that is by design so that there can be some people inside should there be a bottleneck and waiting for tables or what have you.
Okay, you'll take some walk-ins? I mean, if you haven't filled up your reservation.
Yes, we'll take some walk-ins, but the idea is to be primarily reservation based so that we can kind of control what's happening every night.
Okay. I think that is it for me. Does anybody on the committee have any questions? Is there anybody here from the public on this application? Okay, okay, good, thank you.
Thank you. See you guys tomorrow, maybe.
Yes, me, yes. Okay, the next application we are going to call is going to be the Broome Street Bar, Inc. Or all right, forget it. I just honestly, yeah, I know, but, okay, Spring Street Restaurant LLC, 185 Sullivan. There you go, you're up.
right. Hi, everybody. I'm Colton with Herbal Levy. This is Spring Street Restaurant LLC. I have the applicant with me, Julia Buckmiller. Similar to the last couple applications, this is a sale of assets from the previous tenant. Previous tenant was a restaurant called Mimi. This is going to operate with the exact same stipulations that Mimi had. Mimi was in the space for quite a few years. This is subject to an asset purchase agreement, so I can run through the slips. Hours are 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. daily, background music only, 8 tables inside with 30 seats, 1 bar with 9 seats. There's no outdoor space associated with this application. We're going to have to explore DOT application in the future, and we'll come back to get that all approved. Square footage, 1260 square feet total, but it's 560 ground floor, which is the only patron access. The bathrooms are just downstairs. So it's a 700 square foot basement. And yeah, this is going to be a modern bistro, French leaning cuisine, background music only, as I said. We had got multiple signatures. I believe everybody in the building, a lot from the block, reached out to all the block associations, didn't hear anything but enthusiasm. So happy to answer any questions.
Okay, there are operable windows.
There are, you can close them by 10. I
Yeah.
believe that's what the last people stipulated to.
Okay. And no TVs,
Nope.
15 private parties.
15 sounds about right. Yep.
Mhm. Okay, I think that was it for me. Does anybody from the committee have any, Cormac?
Yeah, I just want to emphasize, on the application, you do say background music, and it's inconsistent with what you've described.
Mhm.
I just wanted to take a moment to emphasize it because there are those 2 little operable windows in the front, as you said.
Right.
And as much as you say in here about soundproofing and so forth, no soundproofing is going to stop sound from getting out of open windows. So, I just
Right.
wanted to emphasize it to the operators, really important that
Right.
they monitor that they're not blasting too much noise on the street.
Of course. Thanks,
Or
Corey.
don't put speakers right by the open.
That works as well.
Anybody else from the committee have anything? Is there anybody here from the public on this application? Okay,
Thanks, everybody.
okay. Uh, Takes us there. Okay, so the next one I'm going to do is the Marlton Hotel Operating LLC doing business as the Marlton, 5 West 8. This is alteration for expansion onto the roadway.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, just
Okay, great.
1 second. It's number 3, E3. E3. Go ahead, and that raises and lowers if you would, there's a dial in the middle that it can pull up.
Feels like a performance. So
State your name.
my name is Sean McPherson from Marlton Hotel. We've been operating on 8th Street for, I don't know exactly, but I believe more than 10 years. And I've been listening to all these applications tonight. Every single person has said we're operating in the same way that the previous people have operated, and they've always been the same. We're hoping to do the same here. We've had outdoor dining since COVID. As you know, the restaurant business has been hit very, very, very hard. We're trying to just maintain the business that we've done. 8th Street is not like 9th Street. We have no residential neighbors. The only residential neighbors we have is the hotel that we operate. And we're pleading for you to approve us to allow us to operate how we have operated outside since we've been in business. We don't want to reduce our hours to close at 10 p.m. We're a hotel. We have people coming in internationally, traveling, et cetera. We're merely asking to be able to close at 11 p.m. 7 nights a week. We think it's highly reasonable. And this is nothing new. This is a limit on the hours that we've been operating on the entire time.
All right, so I did get here from the West 8th Street Block Association, who was very happy with your operation. love the outdoor seating. The only thing they said was they would like it to close at 10 PM, which I think that's what they said. So, that's my feedback on that. You do have other outdoor space inside your hotel,
No.
do you
we do
not, or no?
We do
Okay.
not.
Okay. Is anybody from the committee?
We have no operable French doors, nothing of
Right,
the
there's
sort.
nothing.
I think that actions speak more loudly than words. And if you look at the record of Marlton Hotel, it is a real community hub. We're responsible operators. I don't believe we've had a single violation of any sort since we've been there, nor for that matter, a single complaint. We've tried to be very good neighbors, and I would like to believe that we have been a contribution to 8th Street.
Cormac, do you?
Yeah, so nice to meet you, by the way. I'm a residential neighbor.
Nice to meet you.
So, I see on the application here, you're talking about having it open till midnight?
I'm hesitant, not because I don't have the application from me. I don't know what it says. And I don't know just what you
application
say.
does say midnight.
And I don't
so-
know when you say it, what do you mean? We're a town, we're open.
The
we're open 24 hours a
robot
day.
dining, that's, the robot dining is what we're talking about. So
Okay.
not your hotel.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, we'd like to, actually, we applied for 11, correct? Okay, I'm sorry. DOT permits as of right till midnight. I was told that you asked for 10. In the spirit of compromise, I said, how about we take 11?
So one of the interesting things about your current steps, and I understand that there aren't any operable windows, although I'll note that the stipulations on the license in the first place was that if there ever were any operable windows because of any changes to the facade, right, that they would be closed by 10. Furthermore, the outdoor roof deck is closed by 10 Sunday through Wednesdays and 11 Thursday to Saturday with no music, blah, 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 right? So, I mean, even 11, that's later than the ones that you've stipulated in the past to the community.
I don't want to argue with you. I'm asking for 11 PM. The building is landmarked. It would be impossible forever to be, it's hypothetical to say if you put in French doors that we would close them, et cetera. I'm asking for 11 and it's sincere. And I think we've operated very, very well for a long time.
There's no question you've operated very, very well but the problem is that since the advent of outdoor seating, the street has been much too loud, much too late. Right, and so the hours you're seeking are simply not appropriate on that block, which is a mixed-use block.
I think it's fair for you to argue that they're not appropriate. I would argue that it's New York City, it's a hotel. We are desperate in the city for real business, and I think it's utterly appropriate.
Okay, well, we have a difference of opinion when I look at what happens on the other residential streets in this community board. You're asking for something that other people don't get.
I'm also underscoring that 8th Street is dissimilar and this block in 8th Street to the entire community board too. And I think if you are a residential neighbor, you must agree with me on that point.
No, actually, residential resident of the street my entire life. And a matter of fact, until 2 years ago, when the powers that be run roughshod over 30 years of community activity and changed the zoning on the block, the zoning specifically prohibited anything outside, specifically for that block, anything outside and any open windows and any open uses to keep in character of 8th Street in this special commercial district. So actually, anything outside is a novelty and a deviation from the history of that block.
Again, I don't want to split hairs. I think that's a welcome deviation from the history of the block. You and I have been on that block long enough that it's been very slow, but I think it has been improving in the right direction. And my original point is that 8th Street, which I think you're sort of making the point, is distinct from 9th Street, from 10th Street, et cetera. It is a unique block. There are fewer residences on that block. More commercial activity on that block, and we're a hotel. So, I'm apologize if I sound defensive, but I'm merely asking you for what I think is appropriate. And I think it's appropriate based on our history. And that's my take on it.
I understand. Let me say this, it is a mixed-use block, so in that sense, it's different than 9th and 10th. It's not the only mixed-use block actually in Greenwich Village. But setting that aside, right, the street did improve for several years under a lot of effort from the joint program and joint effort from local electeds, from the block association, of which I was the head at the time, from the Village Alliance bid, on which I am on the board, right? And it improved for many years and has backslid significantly in the last few years, a large part of which has been the advent of outdoor dining on the block. So I'm not saying we can't have the outdoor dining, but I'm saying that when you look at the real problems that we have had with late night noise on the block in the last few years because of it, you're asking for an awful lot.
I'm asking to compromise between what DOT permits and what you're requesting, which is in the middle.
It is what DOT permits as the maximum in the city of New York for any location in the city of New York. So if you think about it, that what we're saying is nobody is appropriate for, say, an industrial area that is virtually nobody who lives there. I'm not saying that it's appropriate for every location in the city. That's why this is, as a review process comes to community, but almost everything in the village has, on residential streets and mixed-use streets has 10. There are some places with 11 because of location specific. You're in a mid-block on a block with all residents, right? It's asking a lot. That's all I'm saying.
So I'm asking a lot. I'm asking for additional hour and that's what I'm asking for.
So this is, good to
Hi,
see you.
Carter, long
How are you?
time.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I do have a history of operating
Yeah,
in
right.
New York
It's been-
City, and I would like to believe responsibly.
Oh, that's not, I'm actually going to take up on something you guys have both been discussing. Actually, you would be the only restaurant on this block that would be entitled to have outdoor dining.
We're also the only hotel on the block.
Right, but I just bring it up because this is the amenity for your guests, which is the eating and the food and beverage operation in the hotel. The only reason that you're entitled to it is actually another privilege that's only extended to hotels, which is in order to help all the businesses which have a hotel loading zone. So you guys are actually located and you're taking away the benefit of the hotel loading zone, which is to decrease the activity of blockages on the streets from cars, et cetera, pulling over, people waiting to take people back and forth to the airport, et cetera. So it is a little bit of an anomaly in that respect because you have an unfair advantage over the other restaurants on the block, and that's something that Cormac was alluding to in the history, et cetera, and the parking regulations on the block. So I think that the compromise, I don't think it's unreasonable compromise, given that there's much more to this story than just, oh, you can have outdoor dining, because there's other impacts and.
Were you saying the compromise?
Of
What?
closing at 10.
Okay. I thought you were saying the compromise of closing at 11. That
No,
seemed
the
to be
compromise- well,
appropriate.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, this
Yeah,
is
yeah,
an
yeah, yeah.
anomaly. You're right. The only reason it's an anomaly is because it's a loading zone. And the loading zone's purpose is to actually reduce the impact on the community by having a place for cars to pull over. That's actually exacerbated now than it was when you opened the hotel because there wasn't Ubers and Lyfts, so you didn't have cars always waiting around on the block. It was much more, for hire cars that you have a specific appointment. Now this is probably all your customers have a waiting time outside when they're coming and going because Ubers and Lyfts operate very differently than the yellow cab business, et cetera. But the point being is that this was the space where people pull over. And it was the opening for that to mitigate the impacts of having a hotel and the constant in and out of the guests coming into the hotel. I mean, I think that this compromise on the impacts of what Cormac is saying of 10, which is what is fairly uniform across the area for anything that's a newer business and the impacts. I don't think that that's unreasonable. And I mean, that just strikes me as not that complicated to agree to. I mean, the impacts on 8th Street, we've been getting complaints about businesses all up and down 8th Street for their later night hours of operation. I'm not saying that that's necessarily you guys, but that's a common issue up and down 8th Street. And that's, again, because it's not, hasn't been traditionally allowed. There is a history here that it was specifically excluded from having impacts on the street. And it just seems to me that 10 o'clock's a reasonable time.
Yeah, again, I mean it sincerely. I understand that's your point of view, and I accept your point that we have a loading zone that we're now using for outdoor dining, something I hadn't contemplated. But the truth is, it's been very hard for all F&B to operate. And I think that clipping everyone's wings and bringing it down at some point, we have to support this city. We really do. And I'm not asking for some unfair advantage. We don't compete as a restaurant with the neighbors on 8th Street. We operate as our core business as a hotel, and we're in business to service our hotel business. That is how we pay our bills. And I'm just trying to protect that business for our hotels. You think, 10 o'clock is fair, and that's fair that you think that. I think 11 o'clock seems like a reasonable request. I think that's a reasonable thing to request. And I come here sincerely and telling you what I'm asking for.
I think that you do have an advantage. You never had this before, and it wasn't permitted. And so having the outdoor seating is the benefit. That is what you don't hear anybody here tonight arguing against. What you hear is the impact of the operations of that. And that's where I think the compromise of 10 is actually that compromise instead of saying, no, don't have it. And that voice has also been very loud in our community as well. And I think that 8th Street represents one of the big changes where it was not permitted previously, along with many other portions of our community board. One of the changes in the regulations was to expand the universe of where this can occur. But one of the things that was never discussed is the impacts, of these operations. And I think that that's where 10 o'clock is the reasonable compromise, because this never existed here before. And that impact, and it only exists because you're taking away another privilege that's only for hotels, which is the loading zone. And that doesn't change. Nothing has changed since before, COVID or anything else that mitigates the impacts of requiring a loading zone and taking away the impacts that has on the community. And the noise is another impact from that. And that's an activity, et cetera. And I just don't think it's unreasonable. I mean, I know you.
I want to be clear. I hear you loudly and clearly, and I accept that you see it as being very reasonable. I think my position is very reasonable. That's where we stand.
You're on an impasse here.
Yeah.
Dr. Smith?
How long have you been operating the hotel?
For about 10 years.
What would be if you were to close at 10, or you want 11, and normally you're asking for something.
What I applied for was midnight, and I, in the spirit of just trying to move quickly, I offered up 11 immediately, which was
How
in the
will it
middle.
affect your business if you close at 10 as opposed to 11?
Obviously, we will survive somehow, some way, but it's just there's just a diminishment of what I'm offering to our hotel guests by an hour. And to be clear,
What are you offering?
we have people traveling internationally from everywhere in the world, from Los Angeles, et cetera, showing up, and people's sort of clocks are off base, and they're sometimes they want breakfast at midnight, whatever it is, and they want to be outside. Some people smoke, whatever it is that they do, and it just is that much less that we're offering. And I, as a New York City resident, as a West Village resident, I believe deep in my heart, and I've seen all the problems with all these outdoor sheds and people doing things that they're not supposed to do in them, and the trash and the rats and all of this stuff. And it's definitely a problem. On the other hand, overall, pound for pound, net, I think the outdoor dining has been a great boon for New York City, and I think it is a much better city with it, and I think that that is a step forward, and I believe in it deeply. If you don't, that's fine.
No, and to be clear, the reason we keep saying compromise is because, as I said, on our street, we opposed deeply the bringing of outdoor dining to our street, which had specific zoning exemptions against it for decades that had been hard fought and won by residents of the block and the community, and that were swept away in a corrupt political deal. What I and many of the people on my street, I can't say I speak for every single person, many of those people on the street would like is actually no outdoor dining on our block. So we
That's I get to have our.
exactly. It's like we're already compromising a lot. I mean, we're going to all the way to 10, and that's not good enough for you.
Okay, I
So-
think, I mean, I think you're where you're at.
Yeah.
So, okay, is there anybody here? I don't have anybody signed in, but is there anybody here from the public to speak on this application? You can come up and speak and then fill out a speaker card afterwards. You have to come up to the microphone. You have to come up to the microphone because it needs to be, you're welcome to speak. It just needs to be through the microphone. Over there, yeah. No, that's fine.
All right, I don't live on 8th Street. I did live there many years ago.
And could you state your name?
My name is Susan Anthony.
Okay.
I live in Soho. But I do think that outdoor dining is really good for the city. But I think if we set a precedent of one organization closing at 11 or 12, then you're going to have a lot of problems with other organizations who they'll say, okay, we want the same thing. We don't want to close at 10. We want 12. And I'm not against outdoor dining. I think it's really wonderful, but I don't want to set a precedent for other people. I think so. I personally think that 10 o'clock is fair.
Okay, thank you. If you could fill out a speaker card and hand it to me, I'd appreciate it. Okay, I think anybody else?
I want to clarify something that Cormac had touched on. I was a little bit struck by your comment that there are no residential tenants. I mean, you're surrounded by residential tenants, and I just want to make sure that's clear. I mean, large apartment buildings right across the street, your residential units next door.
I'm sorry.
Most of the buildings.
Yeah, and in fact, we have some residents that live in the Marlton Hotel itself. So I misspoke. I meant there's just not the density of residential tenants as there are on other streets.
Well, I find that hard to believe since you have one of the tallest apartment buildings across the street from you in our community. I mean, no, I'm just saying that the density here is
So let me clarify. I misspoke. There are residents nearby, et cetera. So pardon my misspeaking. Whatever the facts are,
the framing of it, because it's a little.
I still believe in facts. Whatever the facts are, they are, and so I'm not going to deny that. So.
Okay, I think we've got it.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming. Okay. The next application is going to be the Broome Street Bar Inc., 363 West Broadway, also known as 499 Broome Street, on-premise restaurant, alteration to add sidewalk and roadway seating.
Be happy to give them to you.
Would somebody like a copy on the committee? Yes.
Introduce yourself, they know me. Introduce yourself.
Can I put this down a little bit? I'm a little bit short. Oh. Can I talk now?
Introduce yourself.
Yep. Hello, my name is Liana Kaufman. And yes, I am listed on the Broome Street Bar license, along with Jonathan Kaufman. I'm the proprietor. I'd like to apologize for delaying you this evening. It's okay. Chair people. My speech will take about 6 minutes, so I just give you a bit of a heads up, so it gives you an idea how long I'm going to be. Good evening, members of the State Liquor Authority Committee 1 and Chairperson Raftery. I was anticipating that someone from the council would be here from the district, Councilman Mott, and we've been dealing with him and we've actually had some assistance from him in regards to this application. But I see no representatives here this evening, but I just wanted to understand that we have discussed that with him today, in the recently. Welcome to our neighbours and Bowery Street community, who I thank for their time and support of Bowery Street at this public meeting tonight. As I said earlier, and yes, I'm listed on the license, along with my husband, Jonathan Kaufman. Could I please start by asking the Bowery Street community here tonight to stand so that all of you are going to be taking this evening in support of our application until 12 a.m. Thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate it. And I know some of you are going to speak later, but I've asked for them to support. Chase of the application, please. Is 52 years old, and I became a proprietor of this beloved local restaurant and bar 10 years ago, not because of a corporate takeover, but following the death of our founder, Kenmare. As a patron, it was sold to me by Kenmare's daughter, Julie, who I am still friends with and so regularly. I am an Italian Australian and also an American citizen, proudly. Over the last 10 years, as the owner, I've worked hard to first save Broome Street and now grow the business today and to now grow the business. I have further staff members that work for me, all fellow workers, one of whom has worked at Broome Street for 37 years. I work 6 days a week to keep Broome Street going as a local restaurant and bar that hosts a local community. They're lucky for us, people from all over the world, sometimes visiting for the first time, but sometimes visiting for the third, the fourth, and the fifth time. The COVID pandemic was very tough, but with the help of local, state, and federal government, we survived, and we are extremely grateful for their assistance. With the introduction of outdoor dining, Bowery Street continued to offer meals that our local community could afford. A casual environment where we don't need a reservation. Where young people come to engage with others after spending their days at their home offices. And where dining alone does not represent difficult economics of the business, as stated in the New York Times last Wednesday about restaurants not willing to seat single diners. Outdoor dining has helped us survive against rent increases, competition, increased food supply chain costs,
and additional legal costs. However, Frank, it ain't cheap. Okay? Nobody is like the Broome Street Bar. It is unique, and I know that outdoor dining has saved us. Our business model is to be a place where you can come in for one drink or a full meal, to dine alone or with a group of family and friends. Around 10 p.m., very often friends will choose to come to the Broome Street Bar, dining at other restaurants to relax and talk after dining at other restaurants to relax and talk. Younger people usually start at Broome Street before moving on to other venues such as nightclubs, or sometimes deciding to stay. Either way, they know that Broome Street is always open for them. More of these people choose to eat and relax outside in New York City on beautiful warm evenings. Our business model includes that we serve a full menu until 12 a.m. each day, and that our customer base knows this. So many restaurants have chosen to close their kitchens at 10 p.m. for economic reasons. We have found a lot of success in keeping our kitchen open, where customers can enjoy a full meal outside until 12 p.m. while looking southward along West Broadway to One Town. Outdoor dining has been a very positive thing for Broome Street. It makes our customers happy. Broome Street's outdoor dining is an alternative to New York City's legendary, expensive, exclusive rooftops, which I do love visiting occasionally. For the negative terms, closing our doors or outdoor dining at 10 p.m., as suggested by CB2, Community Bill 2, would severely affect our during the outdoor dining period, which exists between April and make our customers unhappy. And finally, if I want to talk numbers, and I don't, but some people do, restaurant revenue accounts for 14% of our state sales tax. And in the past year, restaurants revenue has increased 24%, which is about 3.3%. Our street
Can
is
we talk about this
50%.
application, please? Not all of outdoor dining, specific to this application.
Okay. Our street is happy to say that we have part of this revenue increase since having outdoor dining. I take our responsibilities of running Bowery Street seriously, Chairperson. We are in compliance with all of SLA's regulations from our customers and staff. I'm a housing owner who lives back in London and enjoys running Broome Street. As a soldier of a New York City institution, it is my personal responsibility to keep Broome Street alive and outdoor dining to do that.
Okay,
Thank
so
you, and
how many seats do you have inside the premises? And how many seats are you putting outside the premises, and where are you putting them?
So, as the maximum requirement is 20 tables, 40 seats along the window along the sidewalk, and 20 seats, 40 tables, and 40 seats in the shed on the side.
Okay, so that's 80 seats, and how many seats do you have inside your restaurant?
52.
52 seats.
Including the bar.
Okay. And did you have outdoor seating before?
We did not.
No outdoor seating before.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
It's
Okay. So this is all on West Broadway. You're putting those 80 seats on.
Broome Street. We have represent, I do have people who live, who are happy to talk.
Sure, I have a speaker card, so I'll call up. Thank you. The committee is done questioning you. I'm not gonna,
Yeah.
I'm gonna deal with them when I get to them. Okay. And so you want to be open outside from, you're asking from 11 a.m. until midnight every night?
Yes, I will.
Okay. Anybody from the committee have anything? Yeah, so I think what I'll do is go to the public and hear from the public, and then we'll go back to the committee. So there are a lot of people here. If you could just start coming up and line up. I'd prefer not to have to, you'll say your name when you speak, but, so I have Elizabeth Vincent, Catherine Parker, Chrissy Urso, Lena Kaufman, Moritz Kemper, Aaron Gilbert, and George Schlosser. So if the one thing I'm going to ask is if you could either say something different, or if you have the same thing to say as somebody else, if you could just say that you agree with them and not repeat what everybody else says. I'm not putting a time limit on you, but we really do not want to hear the same thing 10 times, but appreciate you coming and, you know, get your name and your position on the record. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Chrissy Urso. I've been a Soho resident for 8 years. I also currently hold 6 liquor licenses in upstate New York. I went to NYU. The outdoor seating at Ken's Broome Street, I think, is essential for the Soho community. Outdoor corner spaces such as Ken's attract tourists and visitors, where in the winter months, locals tend to leave the neighborhood for an extended period of time. So Ken's has been a respectful neighbor of Soho, consistently cleaning up and also being very respectful of noise. The owners, Leon and Jonathan, have made it a point to include all the small children of the neighborhood. Every time they visit a different country, they bring back gifts for every resident's kids in the neighborhood. This is not just some sort of bar that people are just going to. That's a loud place that is kind of a nuisance to the area. This is a place that's a community place that is adding to the whole neighborhood establishment. And I think that the outdoor seating has made it be where it can be open during the summer, where it's been a struggle in the past because we don't have people in the neighborhood.
Could you just address the committee, please?
Oh, address the committee. Yeah. Okay, sorry. And during COVID, it was sort of interesting to see that the neighbors that were still in Soho, you got to meet, and the place that they would all go to meet was at Soho, in Soho, and it was at those outdoor seating establishments that we actually finally got to see some of our neighbors and actually meet them rather than just mixing in with all the tourists in the neighborhood. I think that midnight is kind of actually a great time for Soho because we have a lot of internationals that visit the neighborhood, and I think that 10 p.m. is much too early because a lot of the reservations in the area are 9:30, and a lot of Europeans that come to visit Soho are making these reservations at 9:30. So I think that 10 p.m., especially even for the hotel that was just here, I think that's too early to cut off.
All right, got it.
And just so, yeah, I think that this would be a great to have the
Got it.
outdoors still on this corner in Soho.
You have a
Thanks.
question for him?
We're only interested, I think, here, we're not litigating outdoor dining. It's the service between 10 p.m. and midnight is all I'm interested in. So we don't have time, frankly. We're all here as volunteers. And also, this was an incredibly difficult presentation when this was made at our other committee here. It was made one of our committee members or multiple committee members very uncomfortable. And so this is nice to see the community here, but it was not a particularly pleasant experience when this was presented by the same operators the last time.
Okay. Yeah, we heard you. Next.
Hello, my name's Elizabeth Vincent. I've been a Soho resident for about 5 years now. I work as a vice president at JP Morgan in their asset management group, and moved from California. I didn't know pretty much anyone in Soho and really in New York. And I met my wonderful boyfriend at Ken's, and it really just became such a great pillar of community for me. And I would say between 10 and 12 is really the time I most frequent Ken's, honestly. Post-dinner drinks, when you want to meet up with friends after that, or family and friends. And I did meet my boyfriend between those hours actually at Ken's outside. So I would just say between those hours, I think that Liana and Jonathan, I can come in and I feel like it's a home as a young person from California. I feel like Liana and Jonathan have taken care of me. My parents will visit and they say that they're so glad that I have that place to go to. So I would say the community is just a really important piece, especially in that late night hour.
Okay,
So.
got it. Next.
I'm George Schlosser. I'm a resident of Soho. I've been there for 5 years. I work at TikTok. We live literally across the street from the bar. We moved there during the pandemic. I remember when we were actually looking at the apartment, we ate lunch at the bar outside on West Broadway. And I remember remarking to my husband about, we end up moving here. This is one of the things I'm going to love the most about it is having our own little Cheers across the way. We never hear any noise from the bar. Doesn't matter what hour of the day. In fact, we hear way more noise from all the cars zooming down Broome Street than we do from any of the restaurant or bar establishments that exist in the same block. As others have said, the bar fosters an excellent sense of community. We frequent it at least twice a week. It's a very, very powerful part of our community in Soho, and closing it at 10 to me would do it a great disservice on for outdoor dining.
Okay. Next.
Hi, my name is Catherine Parker, and I have actually lived in the same building that houses the Broome Street Bar for 14 years. So I'm very close in proximity, and I'd like to just speak a moment about logistically, not about the aura of the bar and whatnot, but with regards to noise or any problematic behavior. I have not, in the entire 14 years that I've lived there, haven't had an issue with noise or patrons with the bar. Like the previous person said, it's more issues with scaffolding being put up or jackhammering every day or, the traffic. So I would like to just say that no other bar, this particular bar basically is a place that I go to, yes, but I think that in terms of the problematic or the issues that people are worried about, noise or problems with patrons, drunken patrons, I've just never had that experience with this bar. And I know that that is more or less likely due to the way that Jonathan and Leanne handle the bar and the integrity they have in terms of ensuring that it's a safe place where people are not disturbed. I'd also like to just point out that it is a place where, I guess what I'm saying is during COVID, this bar was very important to my safety. The people that work there, Leanne and Jonathan, the people who stuck around were vital to my safety when the neighborhood was practically empty. So I just wanted to speak in terms of safety, noise, issues that I understand and respect other neighbors may have, but with regards to this bar in particular, because of the way it is run, I have not had one issue with any of that in the entire 14 years that I've literally lived above this bar. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Aaron Gilbert. I live downtown, and I would like to thank you guys, the esteemed committee, for moving this along. This has been quite an experience. As far as the bar open from 10 to 12, I think the hours that are needed for the bar to survive in terms of revenue would greatly help get through the tough times as well as the good times, and having the extra time to serve the food, have the patrons move along would greatly benefit them.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Moritz Kemper. I'm an executive director at JP Morgan in the asset management division. We did not know each other beforehand. And I'm also to speak in favor of Broome Street Bar. I used to live for 5 years right opposite Broome Street Bar at 500 Broome Street. And me and my beautiful wife over there actually had our bedroom facing the bar on the south side of the building on 500 Broome. We've never heard any noise from the bar. There is obviously the car issue due to the traffic on Broome Street. That's real. But otherwise, we've never heard any noise complaints, in particular not in the evenings. We do often, unfortunately, work late hours. That often includes work later than 9 or 10 o'clock. And it's really nice to be able to go and sit outside and enjoy some food after a hard day of work. And that's something that Broome Street Bar, I think, affords to a lot of their patrons. Thank you.
When did you move?
I left because unfortunately I got priced out.
But when? When?
Ah,
Not why.
in 2023.
Okay, thank you.
So we had 2 or 3 years of outdoor dining there.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Kenneth Lieberson. I lived in the neighborhood for about 30 years. My wife and I moved about a mile north 3 years ago. I still frequent Ken's. I go there to write books and meet friends. I'm a musician as well as writer. I love the place. Thank you for taking up the
Okay,
position.
can you do me a favor, did you fill out a speaker card? No, just fill one out. Thank you. Just so I have your name and, yeah, on the record, yeah.
Donna, do you want the people to stand up?
No, I don't need
Yeah, but-
everybody to stand up again.
But did you count?
No, I did not count.
Can we have them stand up so we can count for the record?
Fine, Frank, have them stand up and count for the record.
I
And
wanna
there
see
was
us-
Alina Kaufman
This
and a
application, please stand up.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 17, 18. Are you counting, Frank? Because
I was relying on you.
well, I
3,
can't
4,
see
5,
through
6,
everybody.
7.
Susan Anthony, would you like to stand?
You know, honestly, this is not a popularity contest.
I got 21. It's not a popularity contest, but it's important that this community board knows that the people in this community support this application. I know you regularly hear people opposing applications. And fortunately, you were just as patient with these people as you are with them. I appreciate that. But I think it's important for the record.
Yeah, no, got it, got it. Okay, anybody from the committee have anything? Yeah, go ahead. There were 2 other people.
So
just
what was
let-
interesting that we heard, and I'm just gonna quote roughly the chairman of the New York State Liquor Authority, that this program is dining out NYC. And what I heard a lot was commentary was that between 10 PM and 12 PM it's drinking. And that is precisely
Wait,
the
time out. What's
impact,
the word you used? I'm sorry.
is drinking.
Drinking.
Because that's what I heard everybody who's eating dinner somewhere. So this is really the issue that this comes down to, is that the program was meant to assist with the dining and not drinking. And so that's what a number of people have said. You mentioned it yourself, earlier in the commentary. And I think that that's trying to find the balance. Again, we hear this referendum that it's like, oh, it's no outdoor dining. That's not what people are saying. It's assessing the impact. This was a temporary program. You have signed on the stipulations. It's a part of your liquor license that you would not have outside dining, that you would never apply for it. And that's actually there. So this is a pretty big step forward. Your business metrics are for right.
No, but the COVID pandemic is over. It's over, and you've had, lots of
one of the things with the outdoor dining that a lot of people are mistaking is that during the emergency program, when it was implemented, it was because people could not be inside. And so the city and the emergency program allowed for the same people that would be inside to actually be outside. So what's happening now is that there are many, many more seats, and the impacts of all the businesses in the later operation are significantly more. And what we're trying to find with a lot of people in the community is a balance in that, because of the impacts on the outside. But most places now are confusing the issue of what the emergency program was. And it's actually, you're not having people outside and not inside, it's both. So it's a significant expansion of all these businesses. So it actually, even the earlier hours, because the costs are lower than they were, and this didn't even exist and wasn't available. So you should have actually more revenue in your business model because of all these additional seats that you've never had all day long. So there's a lot of confusion of how this has been spun around.
Let me just,
but this is the permanent program. The previous, how everybody's operated, is an emergency. It was never intended, because looseness of the rules. And so this is the balance that we're in the middle.
so I just want to comment, Carter, I know you inadvertently misspoke, because the STIF doesn't say shall never use it. STIP says she will not have outdoor use. 10 years ago, this program wasn't contemplated.
Sidewalk cafe.
You just said she will never apply. It doesn't say that. It says it will not apply. This program was not available 10 years ago.
He's reading them.
It said will not have a licensed sidewalk cafe at this time, will never apply for or have a licensed sidewalk cafe at the time. As you know, what that was and what all of this is measuring the impacts of noise and mitigating those impacts. And what we're simply asking for is the mitigation of that after 10 p.m. because that's when bars and the noise of people sitting outside in large groups does create the impact. Nobody is saying don't do it. That's the time period that we're looking at. And like I said, this is known to many people that this is the impact. And that's what we're put in a position of. You in many areas, and I'm not sure what the zoning district here is, you're prevented from even have outdoor dining before through the zoning regulations. The universe was dramatically expanded. And so the impacts are huge across all areas. And so that's what we're looking at. It's not saying no outdoor dining.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where it is. And this conversation has constantly changed into, oh, you're against everything. And that's not the case. What we're looking at is the impacts.
Thank you, Stephen. Jeremy, what I wanted to show you is the kind of decisions that we have residents that live with us, residents that live across the road, residents who live across the road. I would like to raise this issue. If you believed this was an issue, this is an issue, and that's what your concern is. Saying what you're saying. So I ask you to take our application as an individual application, an individual request. Or straight I have representatives here. So this is sure.
That's true. And I have signed stipulations that you never need it outside as part of your business. And the COVID emergency is over. And so this is the compromise. And that's, people thought what this committee did was allowed the privilege to the chair of the committee to extend what's a reasonable compromise, which is having outdoor dining ending at 10. That is the compromise. But what everybody keeps coming here to say to us is, no, that's the starting point. And it's not. And nothing is going to prevent you down the road after the permanent program is implemented from coming back to extend those hours. What we're saying here is that this is a dramatic change in the impact. And you may have people who support your hours, but here's the thing. Bars outside after 10 p.m. are an issue, and this is a bar. And what we heard over and over is that people after dinner coming here and drinking. And that is something that we need to, as a community, all across, figure that out, what that means in New York, is this is a dramatic, and this program, mind you, because it was not addressed properly by the city, is being called by many a failure in other parts of the city because nobody's applying. In our community, it's a huge success, as referenced by your application and the opportunities it's extended, but nobody has ever measured or looked at what those impacts are. And so that's what we're saying as a community. While we do look at them individually, it's the impact that we're expanding on the individual application where nothing existed before. Program.
I just would like to say something. I think you as a leader, because I haven't heard the news on other leaders, but I speak to you directly. What they're asking us to do is to put the gym back in the
Actually addressing us and not we're done. We have one more comment.
Thank you for coming. So we're asking us to put the gym back into the building. No, we're not. Because the experience is like to go outside, to go
This is a subject comment, and that's not really how these meetings operate. Thank you for coming, and
Is your microphone on? Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't.
It
Yeah,
is.
no,
Thank you for coming, and thank you for people from Soho. My name's Susan Wittenberg. I've lived in Soho for decades. I went to this restaurant long before you owned it, and I appreciate
Me
everyone's
too.
here, and I know it's a landmark. But, and we've experienced restaurants on Green Street as well, and the fear is there's no reality to after 10 o'clock not becoming, this is a new trend. That's what Carter was saying. Please don't, you've spoken for so long. Try to control yourself. We know your position. I'm just saying that even though I don't have 20 people with me and I don't live in your building, I've lived in Soho and know this for years. And I know that corner and I know the impact of the hotel. So that to me, there's no reality to, there's no noise after 10 o'clock at night. I mean, there's no reality to that anywhere. So I appreciate what you're saying, but it doesn't represent other experiences. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else in the committee have anything?
Okay,
We're not doing this. This is not what this is about. Dr. Smith? Dr. Smith, go ahead. Dr. Smith? Okay. Okay, thank you. We done? Yep. Okay, thank you. Okay. The next application, found everything here, is going to be 57 Grand Street Cafe, doing business as Toad Hall. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Scott Perez. I've been a member of the Soho community for 45 years. Yes, my name is Scott Perez. I've been a member of the Soho community for 45 years. And we've operated 57 Grand Street for some 35 years, 33 years. And I live in the East Village. I've raised a family in the East Village, so I'm aware of the difference between responsible restaurant operators and irresponsible ones. And Toad Hall is definitely a responsible one. We respond to, if neighbors want to talk to us, we talk to them. And we just operate as a neighborhood place where residents and people getting off work could come and relax and have a nosh and have a drink. And that's basically our business model.
Okay, and you want to put 6 tables and 20 seats out on Grand Street from 11 o'clock in the morning till 12 o'clock at night?
That's correct.
And you're not willing to close it at 10 o'clock at night?
No, that's because a lot of our customers are people that work in the
There we go.
neighborhood and come over after work. And
And you have an interior premises as well, right? You
Yes.
don't just have an exterior premises.
we do.
So people can sit inside and have a drink.
right, but they again, after working, some people like to sit outside and relax.
Right, okay. Anybody from the committee have anything? I mean, it's the same.
The last time you were here, we had a significant amount of opposition when you wanted to move Toad Hall. Area, the bar, the later night hours, et cetera, and that you operate as a bar. Do you guys serve food, have a full service kitchen?
We don't have a full service kitchen. We are going to have platters of cured seafood and cured meats.
Okay, so it's predominantly a bar, and the same
Yeah,
issue
with
is
food.
after 10 o'clock. It's the same issue of people outside as a bar business.
Well, people could, as well as eating.
Then this is just going back to your neighbors testifying about the later night activities outside of Toad Hall, which was the predominant opposition to that, which was the noise outside the bar.
And
so
also that was based up, also we are sandwiched between 2 other establishments, which we get lumped in with them. Each establishment on either side operate nightclubs. We're a quiet neighborhood place. They operate nightclubs, people spill on the street. We have security guards constantly trying to keep those people away from the front of our place. So again, if you look out, there's people coming from both sides, coming out of nightclubs where they have DJs and loud music.
And I mean, I'm not speaking for myself, but this is, our issue again. You couldn't have any outside dining, so it's a pretty big dramatic shift to have the outside.
Right,
And
but
again, a bar after 10 p.m., the bar business outside of people predominantly drinking, not having a restaurant or full service restaurant in a program called dining out. I mean, that's why the 10 p.m. is a compromise where this couldn't exist before, and that's again,
right, but there's things have, as you know, have changed. There's every delivery, every serviceman now with congestion pricing has a $20, $30 surcharge on their things. There's a constantly moving up of economics where to be able to be a neighborhood place and where people could have some food and some drinks up till 12 o'clock.
They can still have that inside.
What?
They can still have that inside. It's not
Right,
that
but
nobody's asking you to shut down at 10 o'clock. They're just asking you so that if people can sleep in the neighborhood and everything else after 10 o'clock.
We don't.
Or at least to
people
start
can
and
sleep
see
in the
how
neighborhood.
this all rolls out, and then you can always come back for later hours. That's what we're trying to
Well,
do,
you could-
because this is all new and to see how it goes. But it doesn't prevent anybody from coming inside and having a drink when they're done with work. Nobody's is prevented from doing that. They just maybe can't sit in a roadbed. That's all.
Okay.
I think you're done.
Does anybody else in the committee have anything? Is anybody
I-
here from the public on? Go ahead, Cormac.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a roadbed, right? Or a sidewalk. We're talking about a roadbed,
6
right?
tables, 20 seats in the road from 11 a.m. till 12 a.m.
Right. I just do want to, because we're talking a lot about effect on people, I do want to note that the Broadway Resident Coalition commentary specifically argues that that a roadbed set up at this location, right, that they do not support it and that they do not think it's in the community interest for any number of reasons that they've laid out here. Right. So I want to bring that to everybody's attention.
you.
Also, I just, that's really clear too, right? Like part of the way that I'm looking at this is, so there's new program, there's outdoor dining now, right? And you've gone ahead and applied for it. You're a business owner, right? Of course, yeah, right? And we've offered you 10 o'clock, right? We could oppose anything. In fact, the residents think what we should. We've offered you 10 o'clock and you've said, no, I need 2 more hours. I need to midnight. And when we asked, or when Mr. Booth or whoever was asked why, right? The answer was, well, some people who come later want to sit outside rather than inside. I can't speak for the committee. I just want to tell you, I have nothing against your business. That's not very compelling logic to me about why you couldn't just start this off with the 10 o'clock, right? And do the 10 o'clock for a while because, well, some customers come later might want outside as opposed to we could service them inside. And again, I'm not trying to harangue you or anything. I'm just trying to make sure that when you walk away, you understand part of what the thinking is on this side of the table. Okay? And
I understand the thinking, but the point of being there later is the economics of 2025 squeezes the restaurants where they need those 2 extra hours. Again, like with congestion pricing, stuff like that, literally everything I do from service to deliveries have surcharges on them now.
This is with everything. So, I mean.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I mean, the problem is, we're not with the federal government making decisions to intervene in the throats of the free market economy. I mean, it's
So it's also across a bike lane, and I don't know if you need an FDY waiver or everything else. So anybody else? Is there anybody here from the public on this application? I didn't have anybody signed in. Okay, I think we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next one is McBren Corp. doing business as Triona's, 237 Sullivan Street.
Hello there. My name is Mike. This is my partner Shane. We're here from Triona's Bar. We're looking for 9 table seating for 18 on the roadside, 6 table seating for 12 on the sidewalk. To be perfectly honest, we didn't realize the whole thing was the 10 o'clock closing. Now, our application, I believe, were 10 o'clock closing during the week and 11 on Friday and Saturday. To be honest, we'd just be willing to go to 10 o'clock on the Friday and Saturday if that's what that was never made clear to us.
Yeah, so the reason that you guys are here is because of the TVs.
We've already agreed to no
And
TVs
that's
outside.
just what, you know, I
We've
know-
completely agreed to no
So
TVs outside.
I'm
no.
just saying
Yeah.
that that's.
I understand
specifically
that,
'cause-
and that's stuff that went on during COVID that probably shouldn't have happened.
And I know when our previous district manager, you know, Bob Gormley,
Yes.
come over and talk to you guys.
Yeah.
The various issues. So
Yeah.
that's what we really want.
Okay.
Because we can't keep that.
Yep.
You know, the outside where people are cheering, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah,
So
well,
that's
we've
what-
signed
and we
it. There
had
will be-
somebody who came in when the application was before us for the
DOT.
for the DOT for that side of it, who spoke extensively.
Mhm.
And this was that was the primary.
Yep. Well, we have
issue
signed
that
the
we
stip, so
have,
there will be
yeah.
no TVs outside,
And-
no TVs.
Yeah,
and
that's-
just keeping the sidewalk clear, because that was the other thing. In fact, Donna and I regularly walk.
Right
We
by there.
previously had our meetings right through.
Yeah.
And it's just keeping the sidewalk clear.
Okay.
And not having that engagement with the inside, right?
Does that mean we have the 12 o'clock there?
No,
No,
no, you have what you
that's-
signed.
that's-
You have what you signed.
But here's.
You can
here's
always
the
come
thing.
back. That's what we're
Here's the
trying to
thing,
do.
Is what we're trying to do is we're actually trying, you know, and I didn't say this previously.
Yeah.
We're trying to accommodate people.
I understand, Cap. Yeah.
In their movement forward. And if this can be revisited at any time,
Yeah,
everybody's welcome to come back.
Well, we
And
completely agree to
that's,
no TV,
you know,
no
so-
audio, no TVs. no
Right,
heat.
and not facing outside.
Not
That's what you
facing outside.
signed. It's not,
None of that.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the reason you're here. We wanted to reiterate that because somebody said that
We
at,
understand.
at our working group, so I just
We
wanted to make
kind of
sure we were
understand. That's
clear
why we're
that
here.
there's not gonna be any TVs outside.
Yep.
Great.
And thank you for coming in, but we did this ability of closing at 10 is
Yep.
actually to help the businesses.
Okay.
So that they don't have opposition.
Yep.
So it doesn't become a full board matter at the New York State Liquor Authority.
Okay.
And so, and it goes through and you can operate within 10 days of submitting the application, just so everybody knows. And down the road, you can come back and discuss all the issues after it's open, but this is an accommodation instead of having to hear each one individually.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, we're good with 10 o'clock and we're good with the no TVs and we're good with all that.
Okay, great. Thank you. And thanks for coming. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, then the next one is going to be Center for Goods LLC and Howard Fine LLC doing business as Roman and I know, nothing changed, but I don't know. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Donald Bernstein on behalf of the applicant. Before I start, I just want to say, I understand that a number of people don't like this outdoor seating. I know a lot of communities don't. I know there was litigation about it. And speaking for myself, I appreciate, and I don't always say this to you, but I appreciate the work the committee has done, not opposing all these applications, not even hearing some of them if they adhere to your stipulations. I think that I appreciate that, and I understand the concerns you have, and I understand the need for the applicants. This is Roman and Williams Guild. La Mercerie is the restaurant that is part of that. It's a French-style restaurant. Stephen and Robin are the owners of Roman and Williams, which is an architecture and design firm. They've designed some of the most beautiful restaurants in the city. They've been operating there for 7 years, about 7 years. Yes, the stipulation says no outdoor seating because that was not contemplated at the time. Obviously, things have changed since 2017. So this application is going to change that by having the seating. There is a slight change or some changes to the application that we originally submitted. On the Howard Street side, we were going to originally have some sidewalk seating. We have eliminated that. Instead, there will be a shed with 4 tables and 8 seats on Howard Street. Mercer Street, there will be a number of sheds that came before your other committee. We have applied for a DOT permit for those sheds as well as the one on Howard Street. Along Mercer Street, against the building, there will be some sidewalk seating. We anticipate having 22 tables with 44 seats, some of which are benches towards the northern end on Howard Street. When we looked into this, it became apparent that the property line and the building line are not identical. And there are, when you get to the south side of Canal Street, about 5 feet 5 inches of difference between the building and the.
Ron, can you just tell us the dimensions of the building?
The dimensions of the building?
That's the only measurement that and I don't think it's on any of your plans, because the difference between the dimensions of the building and what is on the property deed would be what is private property, and looking at pictures of stuff and measuring pictures is not, you know.
I don't know the exact length of the building, but I recall reading 116 on a recent.
I mean,
plan.
Anybody gone out with an iPhone and done I mean, it's what it is.
Yeah.
So you know, whatever all these other things are, we need the building width, particularly, you know, the important one is
width-
along
the
Howard
width and
Street.
the length.
What's the building dimension?
Yeah, we
Because
definitely-
that's what will tell us, you know, excuse me.
You eliminate, they've eliminated, yeah, well, right. Right, so, okay, or along Canal, right, exactly. We need the width of the building.
I guess we can get it.
Because what they, yeah, I mean, what they show you with the property details says that the building frontage is 49 feet and the land frontage is 49.58 feet. That's what it says in the property details. So that's half a foot. I'm just going by the same thing you pulled Acris and did a measurement on that white area. I'm telling you what it says on Acris between the building and the land. And then on some rough measurements not done, we measured 47 feet as the width of the building.
On
Canal,
Howard?
actually on Canal, so
Canal.
on the Canal. But again, you know, this is somebody standing there doing this. We didn't have the
So-
wheel and
so-
everything else, but that's 18 inches or something.
So what we found is that the property line is straight, the building line is not. So it's sort of a triangular sliver of private, between the property line and the building line.
Right,
So the distance along Howard may not be the same, I don't know, as the frontage on Canal. I
yeah,
don't know.
and because it did that, and because you had more room down, it looked like down on
Yes,
Canal, I
it's
had it
easier down
measured
there.
on the Canal Street because I figured that was the one that was more important to measure, and the borough
That's why we removed the seats on, it was.
On
really
Howard.
Very tight on Howard. We
So-
said, let's eliminate that. And you'll notice we even just put a bench, which is for the
Right.
community, no service. And then as you go down, and when I checked with the landlord, he's really looking for the survey. I mean, he owns a lot of buildings in the
Right.
neighborhood. But suggested
I mean, yeah,
the property line does taper.
it tapers. I just don't know that it tapers
let me
enough
say-
to get any seats in there. And, our measurement is different than your measurement, but our measurement for the sidewalk ends up being the same measurement as you had for the sidewalk.
So what we know is the accurate measurement is the deed. That's been passed along. This deed was actually split because it was one property, it was split into two. The numbers all add up. That's and whatever the building is on there, I mean, that's what it is. So literally running a tape measure,
We could measure.
you know,
easily
across it.
Measure the building, but it's hard, you can't measure a property line because it's invisible, right?
No,
So
but
we're trusting
the
the
building,
paper.
the property line that remains is what's on the property deed
Right.
minus
Built.
the building dimensions. And that's gonna, because we have a pretty wide discrepancy
I know.
of 5 feet to 18 inches to 6 inches.
Yeah.
And what I will say is that some of these other city maps are extrapolated as opposed to actual measurements.
Yeah, yeah. I know-
And
know
so
that.
the actual, the deeds are the surveyed, that is
That's
set,
it,
right?
set, yeah.
So that's what
So,
we have to
so,
get.
so that's one part. And then the second part is we don't have, haven't had the application before us because a certain city agency is taking forever to review these, not
Yeah.
the community board, mind you,
We know.
not the state liquor authority, to review these, but they haven't referred the sidewalk to us yet. So
Sidewalk on Mercer.
I don't think that they referred
No, because
either
we haven't
sidewalk.
filed for DOT. We have,
Okay.
we haven't,
Filed for DOT.
no, the reason why we haven't filed for DOT is because the seating is within the property line.
Oh, that's right. That's
So-
Which we don't know.
We don't know.
Right,
Right,
so I think
so-
so this has been developing over the past week or so.
Right.
And I think at the end of the day, either it's going to be within the property line and we don't need a DOT permit, and it's just a straight alteration at the SLA. Or if for some reason we were to find that is not within the property line, then we have to file with DOT. So either way, we'll be applying for the seating. Now, if we have to apply for DOT, then it's going to come back to you.
So I'm gonna raise two options. Either just remove this sidewalk part or go measure the building and come back on Thursday. Okay. Which would you prefer to do? I mean, I think if you only have 2 feet in there personally, I'm not speaking for the committee, I'm speaking for myself. I think it's hard to have, any
Yeah, 2 feet.
seating
No.
at 2 feet if that's and you have to serve within that property line. I mean, you can't be out on the sidewalk.
No, 2
serving
feet,
because it's
2
not
feet is
DOT,
too
and all
hard.
you have is
You notice that the pilasters, right, have these bays, which is where the
Right.
tables could be. So that's a
you
significant
something.
issue for this building. And those bays, I mean, it allows service, again, more focused on toward Canal Street.
Right.
Sort of, let's say, half
Right.
of Mercer, which even if we were able to get those tables, it would be pretty meaningful. So if we have to go measure, or I have to really sit at like United Land and find that survey, I would rather do that. I mean, these sidewalk seats are just,
So
the restaurant is so small,
yeah, no, I
that-
know this is
it's a big deal.
the big deal. And then our other thing is the 10 o'clock.
That's okay.
Okay, so
I'm
the 10
totally
o'clock, so
fine.
we're
I am
okay with
not-
the 10
I've
o'clock.
watched this whole meeting,
Okay,
10 o'clock, check.
so we all heard that. So you're okay with the 10, okay with the 10
10
PM,
o'clock.
7 days closing.
Yeah, it's-
We're good at 10 o'clock.
Sure.
Okay.
I just need those seats.
Yeah. Go ahead.
And I'll just, I mean, and that's a great, the pylons, the columns, whatever. That's an example of where these measurements come off when it's extrapolated data, what's
Yeah.
actually there. But literally, the measurement of the building, I mean, I know you want to find the survey, but that's like just pretty much,
measure the
that's,
building.
I mean, I mean, Donald, I don't know if you agree with me, but I think that's pretty much tells you what's left is what's
Yep.
public property,
I'll say I'll
or-
take-
or-
we'll
or
take a
private
look at it,
property.
Come back on Thursday.
Come back
Yeah.
on Thursday?
Yeah.
Okay.
And what do you have? What are you looking at? You're looking at the Atlas deed or?
Well,
But just the deed, which is.
In there.
Which it covers almost everything, right? The deed is included in almost all filings that go for
And that
mortgages,
deed- that
everything.
deed
That's
has
the
the length.
property description.
That has the length of each property line on it.
That's right,
Right.
that's right.
We'll
And,
take the
and
building
it,
carefully and subtract.
and it
And the old
has
one
the
back-
lengths of what the
Yeah.
property
Yeah.
lines are. I don't know, I don't think it has
Yeah.
the degrees, but it roughly shows, and it's usually
Yeah.
from the corner. But what we're interested in is just the dimensions of the lot versus the building put on top of it.
Yep. that makes
And what
sense.
they don't have in there is the building,
Yeah,
No, I understand.
so.
so,
All right.
okay.
Madam Chair, I also just want to
Yeah.
note that, just for the record too, that the
Yeah.
Broadway residents have also had
Yeah.
comments on this application. Thank you. The Broadway residents also submitted comments on this application.
so I'll
Just to-
just-
Yeah.
Positive.
Not
BRC does not
necessarily
support the waiver.
positive
I'll
or
just
negative.
read the
Yeah.
comments. I'll just read the comments. Broadway Residents Coalition, they're good with the 10 PM closing 7 days a week, so they'll be happy, and thank you for that. BRC does not support the waiver to the FD&I mandated 15-foot emergency. A travel lane, the opposite curb on Mercer has no parking limitation, only on Monday to Friday, 10 AM to 6 PM, with all other times available for vehicle parking, which will result in a narrowing of the street at nights and on weekends, and thereby creates a dangerously constricted roadway that will minimize the ability for emergency vehicles and first responders to access the block. Roadway seating, too wide, 8 foot, diminish the size so that it's 15-foot emergency travel. Is it I don't know. And And it's 6 feet, so that's,
we
you've reduced that. And then the sidewalk, they're raising an issue with, and the electric heaters, permits and approvals from the LPC are required for any hookups, boxes, conduits, et cetera, between the building and the sidewalk,
Mhm.
and or the roadway setups. That's it.
Okay, perfect.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank
And-
you. Oh, I appreciate
And
it.
just as a part of the background, and, you know, I just raised this, is that, you know, in the last 2 years, we've had super serious fires in Soho, rooftop fires. And the ladder trucks in our community just barely reach up to those. And if you've ever seen one of those fires, which is unfortunate, you have 5 ladder trucks pulled up, all extended to the top, shooting water onto them and trying, in the case of the Broadway fire, can't reach them, you know. And so this is in this community, and this is called Hell's 100 Acres because of the fires in this. The buildings are sprinklered now, but it doesn't change how they're built. And that's a long history, and that's why the community's concerned about just, and you're on the edge of this district with the tall buildings that are all wood on the inside, filled out around the cast iron. So that's the concerns. And it's not a fake concern. If you've seen them, it's what it is, you know.
I think when the community sees, I know the community's been, we try to operate very responsibly and beautifully, and the community really seems to really appreciate the sort of safety and responsibility and the kind of visual garden that we've created. But the shrinking of those sheds, basically, I think will really impact everybody, meaning positively. They'll feel like the turning radius is better, the traffic is better. You know, it's, I mean, we're not that happy about it from the seat perspective, but separate from that, I'm a native New Yorker, I get it. It's a lot smaller.
Did they, when you went, did they say anything, did DOT say anything to you about the 3 feet between them versus 6 feet between them? Did DOT give you the 3 feet, do you know?
Yeah, they did. They
They
absolutely
gave
did.
you the 3
They
feet,
gave
not
us
the
the
6
3
feet, because some of the guides says 6 feet.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
And just to point out, if anybody looks at the side of ladder 20, it says Hell's 100 Acres.
I'll remember that. Harder. All right, we'll
So,
be back.
And
with
if
our
something changes, Donald, and you just want to take the sidewalk part and just do the, just email me, because then we could probably just, not at the 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
Next one is Grotto Azura in Inc. 177 Mulberry. Same thing, alteration, sidewalk, roadway. Is anybody here for that? No? Okay, next one is Tava Cafe, doing business as Balsam, 202 Mott Street.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Andrew Carabello, the rep for Tava Cafe. The owner couldn't be here, he had a pre-scheduled business meeting out of state. But I believe he was here for the sidewalk, the roadway, the prior meeting with you guys. They're asking for 12 seats with 6 tables. Right in front, we're asking for 11 to 12 a.m. Like I said, the first meeting was 2/19, that the owner came and talked to you guys.
Yeah.
And we submitted a letter, there was some there was something with
That was the
width
modifications,
of it?
that's
Yeah.
separate from us. That's great, but that's separate from this committee.
Okay.
Would care about the letter.
Anyways, there was something with the frontage, we submitted a letter in there.
So I think our issue again here is the 10 o'clock, would they agree to the 10 o'clock closing?
They were asked for 12, so I'll have to ask them.
Okay, so that, I think that's our,
Okay.
heard what we've been saying, so if they would agree to the 10 PM closing, I can send you stipulations, and there was nothing here before, and then I will say the
Okay.
Broadway Residents Coalition, wants it to close at 10 o'clock. They have grave concerns regarding the size and placement of the applicant's roadbed structure on this congested block of Mott Street. The site plan shows a roadbed structure for the establishment that extends 4 feet 6 inches from the curb into the roadway.
Yeah, they cut it down, I believe. It was.
Yeah.
It was 6 feet originally. So we have the one across the street.
If you like, Madam Chair, I can just summarize is that basically, what their concern is that at 4 feet 6 inches from the curb in front, when there's a restaurant directly across that is also 4 feet 6 inch, that there will no longer be a 15-foot emergency lane. I don't obviously know the accuracy of any of that, but
Yeah, they were
that's what their concern is, right?
Right. They were already approved by DOT with that length of for the emergency vehicles.
I wish that was reassuring to me, but it's important to the process. Thank you.
Yeah, they used to have a sidewalk cafe
Yeah,
closing at 9.
Yeah, and
So- so
we
that's
couldn't
actually-
do the sidewalk because there wasn't enough room now. They made the clearance 10 feet instead of 8.
The closing hour was
The
9
closing hour
o'clock.
was 9 PM on it.
So,
And that was the measurement because they expanded to their full liquor license.
Yeah.
So the 10 o'clock's actually an expansion.
Okay.
I think it's wise to take it. Right.
I know.
Right.
I'll tell the owner.
Because the owners here, how do you?
No, I think,
Yeah, can you email us the SNP?
I'll email you the STIP with those
Okay.
closing hours
Good.
and then get it, if they'll sign it, let us know and then get
And we'll bring
it
it back.
back to us
Okay.
by the
problem.
end of the week if you do
Great.
that. Okay?
You got it.
Okay, I'll do that tomorrow.
Thank
All
you.
right, great. Thank you. Okay, then the next one is 330 WB Operations LLC doing business as a pasta bar.
All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Matt Borowick. I'm here from Hellborough and Levy, representing 330 WB Operations LLC. I have the applicants Andrea and Simone here with me. We are intending to apply for an SLA alteration to extend their liquor license to the DOT outdoor space and are here to seek the approval of the board before we do so. This will be a roadway and sidewalk application. The roadway has received conditional approval from the DOT on the Grand Street side. It would be 3 tables and 6 chairs. The sidewalk, we're still waiting for final approval, but that will be on the West Broadway side. It will be 5 tables and 20 chairs. Other than that, just looking forward to answering the board's questions.
Oh,
Go ahead, Clement.
yeah, I just really, the diagram with the application shows the roadbed having 2 tables and 8 chairs.
Yeah,
So-
that's correct. We
so
did a recent update to that, and it's
What would be the arrangement? Are we talking about 3 2-tops or, yeah?
3 2-tops. Yeah.
And there's enough room in that 10 feet to get
Yes.
them and a server to, okay.
That's correct. When we talked to the construction company and actually looked into the logistics of it, we realized that this would be a better setup for us.
Okay, so I think, you used to have no outside, right? That's what your stipulations were? Was for no outside there.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. And they've been having outside there that's been hogging the sidewalk with planters and everything else, which
Yes, we understand the previous planters were a bit of
up
a,
until recently.
yes, up until the new program went into place and we,
Past that, I believe. I believe
Sorry?
it was still not set up properly in even October, November, if I'm right with that. I mean,
yeah, I believe November 29th was when we were supposed to come into
no,
compliance, or November 1st, rather.
was when you were supposed to come into compliance.
Yes,
And
we
then
do.
didn't they start building a platform? Am I right about that?
Yes, that was a bit of a
Because somehow they
misunderstanding.
didn't understand that.
It was a genuine misunderstanding of the rules with the DOT guidance.
It's pretty clear on the, I mean, it's pretty
Mhm.
clear in the rules that there's no platforms. And that was the same in the temporary program. It says it right in there.
Right.
That's
And
saying-
and as soon as they made us aware of what they were doing, we immediately told them to take it down. And they did. It never got fully constructed. It was never in use. They took it down before they had finished construction there.
Yes, when we came here for the
Could you
deal,
just state your name?
Andrea. When we came here for the application of the sidewalk cafe, and it was approved. We understood that it was approved by you. We knew that the sidewalk cafe could be used all year round, right? And what we did not understood it that we were still in the middle of the process, that floating wasn't allowed. We were, so as soon as we realized, and that was the next day of starting this construction, let's call it. So the next day, as soon as we knew and were informed of, the mistake that we were doing, we immediately addressed it, and we never fully built it. We never used it. As soon as we were really not knowledgeable about the situation, we immediately took everything out. And the planters weren't there for longer than we were, and the outdoor
And I
perimeter.
think there was seating by the curb as well, if I remember right, in the furnishing zone. On the curb side, in addition to next to the
roadway.
building, next to the roadway too, with the planters. And
So
I'm
that-
just, I mean,
that
I'm
was-
just gonna say your place, I know a lot of people don't care, going back, but over this whole 4 years has been music blasting out, planters all over the place, people standing in the sidewalk with chairs on the furnishing zone and chairs next to the building, an excessive amount of chairs, and has been a problem. So I just want to say that because you've got a really wide sidewalk there, and that's what was going on in there. And I think people are not confident that you're going to be abiding by the rules, since most of what you've been doing has not been abiding by the rules, including having big speakers outside at one point, and then starting to build a platform under the new program right away, when you didn't really even have the permit. You just, so this is the trepidation here with this, is will you be able to follow any of the rules? Because your particular establishment, we've gotten a lot of emails about and everything else, aside from all the people that haven't emailed us. And that's the concern.
Yes, we totally appreciate and understand the trepidation there, given the past. All we can really say is that we acknowledge that we haven't done things to the letter of the law in the past. Simone and Andrea have put a lot of effort into their concept and their menu and their aesthetic. And the reason that they came to our firm is because they realized that there's an area for improvement, and that's their relationship with the community and the community board. I think they've shown through their outreach, they have over 100 signatures that they collected in a very short amount of time. They hit the streets, they really talk to their neighbors, their community members, because they want to build these relationships. They understand that an important part of being a neighborhood restaurant is their relationship with their neighbors. We don't want to continue, having issues. It's something that we're looking forward to improving in the future. And as far as the sidewalk cafe, I think the real confusion was that we understood that this was, allowed year round, and the effort was to winterize it. It's hard to have a year round outdoor space, in December when it's not covered. So that was the effort that was being made. Again, as soon as it was brought to the firm's attention, we, let them know what the rules state, and they immediately took action to take that down.
Yeah, because I mean, it's called outside dining because it is outside dining. It's not these enclosed structures. This is not adding a room onto the sidewalk or into the roadbed that's like another building. It's outdoor dining, al fresco, nice.
Mhm.
So that's why, you know.
Right, understood. And again, it's year round, and we were hoping that we could, protect the
year-round
customers
in
for
Florida,
the
even though it's allowed
elements.
year round up here. It's not usually that many
Right,
people
yeah.
sitting outside in January.
Again, yeah, agreed.
Okay, and then the closing time that you have down here. Okay, go ahead with your.
Yeah, so do you still have that sign up in your business? Yeah, can you tell us what that neon sign says?
Yeah,
That's still up?
blast this fucking music.
Okay,
I
so that's right there, Matt. Have you been there and seen that? Oh,
no.
okay, so I'm just gonna say, that's it. I mean, that's their business model.
Can I speak?
Well, that we know that's your business model because we've seen it.
I don't think that it's a reality, and it was a reality for 3 weeks during 2020 when it was our only option to make it through those times. I'm not saying that was a thing to do, and I'm not saying that it was right. We did it. We did it for 3 weeks. We're not talking that this.
That's setting up a whole ambiance and everything. When you have that neon sign sitting in the front of your building with operable glass doors going down the whole front of the building. You may have taken the large speaker away. I haven't walked by.
That it was that only for 3 weeks again. It's
I
no
don't believe that. I mean, that was, okay. But either way, the music, you don't need the loudspeaker right at the doors anyway, because the whole front is totally open with a sign in it that says that. It does not lead one to believe that the music with the stipulations will play quiet, ambient, recorded background music only. No music will be audible in any adjacent residence at any time that the two don't jive.
And again, I just gonna say, nobody's saying no here. We're saying start with something and then let's see where it's at. This, if you notice that at every turn, there's something not followed. I mean,
Yeah, it's really sort of, I do know this location thing, but not as well as some of the other committee members, and I know some of the problems with it. But let me just, again, I'm just describing how it looks from my side of the table, right? Is that here you promised us that you wouldn't have outside. Then when the rules changed and the application came, you went ahead for it, never mind what you said to us. Then you struggle to stay in compliance with that. In addition to which, you have some history of being a problem spot in terms of noise. And in spite of all that, right, as Mr. Blue said, we're maybe willing to sort of go ahead and be like, okay, have some outdoor dining till 10 like everybody else, and that's not good enough for you?
So we weren't aware of this 10 p.m. cutoff until this meeting tonight. I'd just like to highlight that. Additionally, in terms of the music, we understand that the DOT guidelines do not allow music to be outside. Again, we know that there's loud music, as you've mentioned, inside. I think we'd be willing to,
Regulations say background music, so the background music should be background music. It should not be loud music that's heard out on the sidewalk. I mean, that's what background music is, especially when you have operable doors. That might mean you can't play it as loud as you would play it if you didn't have operable doors because it's background.
of course, and if it's
And that's
perceived
what they
outside
signed
as
in 2017, before COVID, before everything, and they have not been in compliance.
One thing I like to say, to show you also that we're making really efforts and that we're not even blasting the music so much. We're happy to take down that neon and change it for any other thing that it's not setting up that ambience that it can be, we're happy to do that. We're really, I think, been operating in a lot better way than those 3 weeks during 2020 in the last 3 years. We've made mistakes. However, I think that there's been big change of mentality, a big change of how we operate and how we do understand that the neighbor needs a balance. We're not a party place. Actually, you know, most of our dinners come only for the pasta that we make. Then, of course, there's a good atmosphere. Then, of course, there's music. We need to understand if, you know, we need to improve. And we've made mistakes in the past, 100%. But in the last 3 years, we haven't had, at least not to us personally, addressed any noise complaint. Not even one in the last 3 years. And that's all.
So I was just gonna say, there's something struck me, you know, you never applied to the liquor authority to serve outside. So you've been serving alcohol outside illegally because you have signed stipulations that specifically prohibit outdoor service. We never reported that, and that was the opportunity that we gave you to constantly improve. And that's, and so there've been many issues here, and you're telling us we should keep giving you a chance, but we keep having an issue. The last time you started building right away, what was very clear. So you've had this enormous benefit that specifically you're not allowed to be outside. It says that right on the New York State Liquor Authority guidance, that you had to come to us during COVID even to remove that into the liquor authority. So we're just saying you're asking for a lot. And again, this is something that can be revisited, but what it is. I mean, it's.
Yeah, I would like, so my name is Simone, I'm one of the owner, as Andrea, my business partner, just say. So we know that like during like pandemic, you know, was like under, you know, like an emergency program was like, I would say a mess, and probably we did like something wrong. But as Andrea said, we try just to behave, you know, just improve, you know, like our like, you know, like behavior, you know, much better every single year. And in fact, you know, like also when, you know, like happened in November that we totally misunderstood. I mean, we totally misunderstood was our, you know, like was our fault because we had no idea. We were just trying to do something that we thought it was, you know, totally legally. When we were aware, because we have this patient, we took everything down immediately. The fact that, you know, we pay, you know, for the contractor, so we spend the money, and of course we are there for just do business and try to make money, not just take the money and just throw the money out to the window. And the fact also that we're trying just to
DOT made you take it down.
Say it again.
DOT came and told you to take it down.
Because yeah. No. We took it down when the DOT, you know, came
Told
over
you
because
couldn't
we thought that
Right.
we were doing
Which was based on
something.
complaints.
We were doing something legal. We had no idea there was
But
a
I mean, I get that. I'm just.
and
saying
then,
that-
you know, the fact that also, you know, the previous weekend, I don't want to, you know, just talk, you know, like bad about, you know, other, you know, restaurant, but everyone, you know, just put table, you know, outdoor. We didn't know, we didn't do that. We're trying just to, we're trying, no, but what I'm saying, we're trying just to, we're trying just to do, you know, like everything, you know, properly.
I know, but you had, all through all of this, you had planters everywhere and seats in the furnishing zone and everything else. So it didn't, maybe the loudspeaker went back inside, but the rest of it stayed congested over all the years. It wasn't just 3 weeks. I'm just, because we got tons of community complaints about the premises in particular. So is there anything else? I mean, there's nothing to say. Is there anybody here from the public on this? No. I think that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, 470 Broome LLC, Francesco, 55.5 Greene Street. I'm sorry, I started going and then I didn't go back up again. So this is C2. I will say for the record, I did call it early as you know, but someone was not here yet. Making his clients wait. This is Broome.
470 Broome Cafe LLC doing business as Francesco 55.5 Greene C2. What? Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Francesco Perillo. I'm.
Actually, say you are.
That's it?
Yeah, you want to talk more? Okay.
I mean, up to you. You're the expert.
So we're opening a bakery during the day and a cafe, well, a bakery in the morning, cafe all day. Was concern from neighbors. I think they're here tonight. Welcome. We have withdrawn the liquor license as a concession to the neighbors. We've cut the hours back as a concession to the neighbors. We won't be doing any outdoor dining at the present time. We're trying to work with our neighbors.
So this is a restaurant wine license, not an on-premise license, just for the committee and for the record of anybody here. Which was written up in our agenda.
I emailed Eva today. to
Yeah,
focus.
because
Mm,
so I
you
just
put it.
want to say that was our, and this is a previously unlicensed location.
Correct.
And,
So we're gonna take your lead.
and so you're not having, there is no outside seating.
Not at the present time.
That you're not saying you'll never have it, you're saying it's not part. I know. You can't apply for it yet. But, okay.
But what we're doing basically is your model, and that's basically proving ourselves. We'll stay with the other hours, we'll stay with wine and beer, and we'll show our neighbors that we're not bad people.
What were the, where'd you come to an agreement? Just so
You
I
have-
can better understand.
Those hours. The hours in the app that we hand.
We're looking to have strictly beer and wine for the time being to be able to be operating until 10 p.m., 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., Sunday to Wednesday, and 8 a.m. to 11 p.m., Thursday to Saturday.
Okay. And there is a bathroom, 10 tables, 20 seats, and 6 seats by a counter. And then you are in the city, or are you?
Yeah, I just, as a matter of fact, took an apartment 1 block from the location.
'Cause you were in Florida, right? Is that
I
correct?
moved a few months ago from Florida. Yeah.
Okay.
Things changed.
Nice things.
It was licensed. Was it licensed?
I-
No, it was Dr. Smooth. Right.
I used to
With a
work for
tap.
them up to a certain point, and then I left the
No,
company.
they were licensed. They were licensed in 2022, and before that, it was previously unlicensed. So it was licensed, but barely.
And the closing hours stop at 9 p.m.
We're 9 p.m. Right,
So this is an extension of.
the hours.
Yeah, this is just for clarity. This is, I was involved with a company. I left the company. This is my business 100% right now. So it has nothing to do with the way it was operated in the past, the concept
why
that is
you
being brought forward, which is one of the reasons why I left. And then, yeah.
Right. They didn't have a bed dog, did they?
Sidewalk. Well, it's at any outdoor.
Any
area.
outdoor,
They agreed that any outdoor. area
but they closed it.
was paid.
And what we have from the Broadway Residents Coalition is no outdoors. Close the doors and windows. Well, they say close them at 8, but before it was close the doors and windows at all times, so I would say the same thing. And they point out that Dr. Smoot closed at 9.
The window. Even if I wanted to.
They're inoperable windows.
There's not operable windows.
They're not.
No, I know, so that's why, right. Yeah.
Listen, I'll concede that point. I'll concede
I
that
would have
point.
to go, I would have to go through landmark though, so it's not right. Very.
Okay, does anybody on the committee have anything? Is there anybody here from the public on this? Okay, so I don't have speaker cards. I don't believe that you filled out speaker cards. Please speak. Oh, Does somebody have, Dr. Smith, do you have a speaker card? Okay, so come and speak and let me look and see. No, I made a mistake. So let me just check again. What was your name? Oh, yeah, here you are, Rhonda. Okay. Robert, did you fill out a speaker card or did you just sign it? I think you signed in, so you can come and speak. Just if you don't mind, when you're done speaking, if you could just take this and just put your name in it. On that sheet. On one of those.
Blank sheet?
Yep.
Fill it out and do what?
I just need the record of.
After a report.
After, fine.
I don't know, we just found out about this from the Soho Alliance.
Yeah.
And, this is the nightmare.
Okay, just do me one favor. You need to speak into the microphone
This is-
and state your name
This
first.
is, okay, my name is Robert Loeb, and I've been a resident diagonally across the street from this address for 50 years. And my wife and I have raised a family. This is a nightmare. Because this is just the beginning. This is just this, they're just looking to open the door. And Greene Street is a residential street. There is not a single restaurant on Greene Street. There's not a single bar on Greene Street. And this is just the beginning of a nightmare.
Here, talk to us. Please just talk to us. Don't talk at them, please.
What?
Yeah. Talk to us. Do
Oh,
not talk at
this
them.
is just the beginning of a nightmare. And what can I say? Back in the day, we're diagonally opposite where I don't want to open up our window and start yelling down at the people at that. I'm used to calling 212 for the first precinct to get the cops to come up and arrest people that are making too much noise at night. And that nowadays it's, you gotta dial the 311 and wait 8 hours for someone to come. Those days are over, where you could expect to be protected by the city. This is just an opening. I can read you some letters from some of the people that are in the building if you want to hear some.
We received a number.
Did you receive a letter from, this one was sent around 3 or 4 o'clock.
What is the name?
His name is Ron Gatehouse. Did you get his letter?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
In addition to yours, we have 23 letters in opposition.
Yeah. Right, okay. Everybody in the building's upset.
Okay.
What can I say? It's a residential street. And it's not West Broadway. I mean, I'm all for the Broome Street Bar, Ken and John's. You know, and Toad Hall. That's on the corner of Greene. I know the ropes. But Greene Street is a residential street, and it's quiet at night. People go home. We don't have people honking anymore, and Broome Street traffic is over with by the.
So I was just gonna say, and this is important for everybody, right? It's the future plans. We're talking about the plans that are in front of us, and it's a beer and wine license, and there's not a higher standard
What?
to it for public interest, but what is important is your future plans. And it seems like there's a lot of opposition lined up that there's not going to be extra room for future plans. So I just want to get that out because it's Like I said, I'm just,
You can speak when
because
he's
right
done.
now there's a little more opportunity, you know, if there's a lower impact business that's open during the daytime hours, that's one thing, you know, versus what we hear again and again in the later hours. Most of the buildings here, they've changed the zoning regulations, et cetera, that the ground floors can all be stores where they didn't used to be able to. Actually, in your area, that might not be true. I think you might be in the M15A, but yeah, but nevertheless, that's an allowable use. So what here is finding maybe a balance point, because it's a beer and wine license. Just saying no isn't really a great strategy. But I think that illuminating the problems, that there's going to be great opposition if there's something more later, is what's happening here. So I just saying that, because we don't, well, I'll leave it at that. So that's.
I think we get that. It's like double speak to me.
Well, there's one set of standards for a full liquor license, and there's a lower standard for beer and wine licenses. And this application is
words,
a
but
beer and wine license application.
Oh.
So that's the difference. Yeah, but nevertheless, well, like I said, we could also have whatever recommendation we have. Yeah, and I think that it's fair to say that, I mean, this is a pretty big extension on the previous operation of which you were a part of too. So
Okay, so we have more members of the public here that want to speak on this.
All right, I guess on my spiel. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Just, thank you. I just need the little speaker. Did you write your name on the card? I don't know. I think you started right. Go ahead.
I just want to thank the committee. You have great patience and your volunteers, so I understand that, and I'm appreciative.
Okay, and make sure you use the microphone when you get there. Because she's not at the microphone. she's
Okay,
getting
now
it.
I am. Okay.
And start with your name.
Yes, I'm Rhonda Roland Shearer. I've been at 62 Greene Street for 30 years. And I just want to correct the record that actually Mr. Perello was CEO of Dr. Smood. I have the article right here. And he was co-founder. So, and his previous application for Dr. Smood, he was signatory on this application and on the Dr. Smood. He was one of two principals in the original, and he's the single principal in this one. So he had plans for the roadway, and that's what is scary. And so I agree with the previous testimony. But I wanted to say, Restaurant Wine RW341, there's a key sentence. It says, the restaurant must have a kitchen and full menu. Now this is important here. And I'm going to read 2 minutes, I promise. 470 Broome Street's license, RW341, it's granted to restaurants. And SLA requires restaurants to have a full kitchen and full menu with entrees and a cook or chef cooking fresh food, not prepackaged and reheated like what you would have had at Dr. Smood previously as a cafe setup. The SLA handbook states on page 10, if you are licensed as a restaurant, you must have a suitable kitchen facilities to prepare and serve a full menu whenever you are open. 470 Broome, under penalty of perjury, signed and submitted to CB2 the legal notice form claiming they have a full food menu and full kitchen run by a chef cook. Yet in contradiction, their submitted questionnaire floor plans only show a cafe setup with one oven and a proofer for baking, not a full restaurant kitchen. The cooked menu entrees are served only at night,
And floor plans have no cooking equipment such as a grill, a stovetop, a fryer, a range hood to vent cooking odors and fumes. Further, FDNY, their report on this location, it's called the FDNY Building Information Profile, has no account for this location, no permits, no inspections of kitchen fire suppression, range hood, extinguishing, or HVAC systems rather. Since 2017, DOB now and DOB biz records show no permits. That's since 2017. And no, there's no construction or inspections with permits. This proves that 470 Broome, formerly Dr. Smooth Cafe, has not been legally upgraded from a fast food cafe to a restaurant operation. As it stands, without a proven to exist kitchen infrastructure, 470 Broome violates SLA restaurant RW license basic requirements. I urge you to deny any approval. Let them build a kitchen. But I am concerned with our community is amazing in that we have people that are, they're 60 years. They call me the new person in the building, 30 years. And they're right. We're probably one of the last buildings where we're all artists. Now, I came in, after the original, but we share a community where at least, thank God, we have quiet at night. The other day, just on the sidewalk, I got shoved. Look, I'm not young anymore. If I fall, this is a danger. Somebody threw their arm out to point to something and I got hit. This is how sidewalks are during the day. But thank God we have respite at night. It's quiet. It's like a real neighborhood. So people walk their dogs. So we don't have, from Canal to Houston, no bars, no alcohol. The watch store has a license, but they have it down in the basement. There's no Kelly and Ping. There's nothing. It's quiet, thank God. So I urge that the SLA kitchen issue is an important one. And the fact that there was no DOB, they've been doing construction for a couple months. I know they came late, and they were at the painting stage. So yeah, there was no evidence of construction, but there are no permits since 2017. And also it's a problem that they don't have an account with the fire department. And I double checked this. I'm a researcher. I checked with a chief. So yeah, with the chief inspector of FDNY in the fire prevention to verify my status here of this. So thank you very much.
Yeah,
Sure.
I actually appreciate everything you brought, an impressive level of detail and so forth. What I wanted to ask was, so at least as I'm reading the application here, it has changed quite a bit from what was being proposed or talked about earlier, right? I'm looking at a bakery and bistro that closes at 10 o'clock Sunday to Wednesdays, and 11 Thursday to Saturday. And I'm wondering, and they're talking about just serving wine and beer, right? Not a full liquor license. I'm wondering if that makes you at all more comfortable with this application, or if
Only
there's still a problem with the site.
Only slightly, in the sense of that it was a shock that they're going to be open to 1 a.m. and 12 as a bakery, and a cafe. That incongruity fits with the rest. And I don't know how, if this SLA application requires a full restaurant, then they do not qualify. You must disapprove. That's your out. And it conforms with the community. So let them have their cafe. That's great. And maybe later, when they are in the neighborhood and people know them. But there's too many contradictions and inconsistencies that, including, oh yeah, I worked at Dr. Smooth. No, he was CEO. There's a big difference, and so I don't trust the situation based on representations. That's sure.
I just wanted to thank you in London for your service in the past.
Oh, thank
Number
you.
one, and number two, and I really appreciate the research into the fire department, because that is not a level of access many of us have
Yeah, thank
to
you.
get those details, because that actually is, I wish we had that information more readily available.
But I can show you
So
how to
thank
get
you.
it, even the
Yep,
idea, there's a website, yeah. And also, yeah, I'm happy. This is what I do. I have a not-for-profit art science research laboratory, and this is what we do. We support communities. We delivered 25 million items of PPE to let's say all the public housing. NYCHA got nothing. No masks, hand sanitizer, gloves, and our volunteer-based organization. Yeah, well, that's true. That's true. That's right. That's right. My daughter, which, and by the way, my partner died of ground zero related cancer. My daughter had it, and now I have it. If you're seeing this, red spot, so, but I'd do it again, and all of us would. And this is where we know deeply community and service, and that's what you all are doing here. And the idea is to not talk, but to do things. And this is an incredible. I thought your patience, your professionalism. I'm super impressed, and thank you.
Thank you. And thanks. Rhonda Shearer. Thanks a lot. Anybody else here from the public want to speak? Come on up. And I need this speaker card when you're done. Yeah, I'll put you down for both.
Okay, so my name is Susan Ethelwald. I'm a little older than Rhonda, and I have lived in Soho for 50 years. I don't live on Broome Street, but I live right around the corner from where they have this idea of putting in, I don't know what, I couldn't figure it out from what they said. And what Rhonda said is true. I mean, we have tons of tourists. The neighborhood is packed during the day. I know the neighborhood really well. I was a real estate broker for many years in Soho, and now I work in other parts of the city. But at night, it's like Soho. It's like the old Soho, and you feel comfortable. You run into your neighbors. It's not noisy. It's quiet. It's a totally residential neighborhood. Greene Street especially is, I mean, it's all, it's co-ops, condos. I think there's one building that's rentals, but it's it's a neighborhood. And if we have beer and wine, I don't know if it's allowed from what was said before, if we have beer and wine, and then they decide to open something on the street, it's going to change. I mean, that's going to change, and then other things are going to start, and the neighborhood will become not Soho, but something else. And I want my kids to be safe. I want my granddaughter to be safe. I don't want her to see people boozing it up on the street and drinking on the street. Anyway, so that's how I feel. I mean, I feel very strongly about Soho as a neighborhood. There are very few neighborhoods now. The Village is a neighborhood. Parts of it have changed, but I think Soho should. I think it should. I think that if you want stores and if you want, Broome Street Bar, fine. West Broadway, fine. The other bar near Grand Street, okay, if they can straighten things out, but not on a quiet residential street at night.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, you're up. Don't have anything to say?
I have nothing.
Huh? They get to come back and address anything. okay. They're the applicant, they get to come back again and say something. Anything else? What,
I have nothing.
are you gonna,
I'm confused who you were negotiating with.
right,
Who I am negotiating. with.
But
Yeah,
I don't know,
no,
you
well,
guys,
Frank,
said-
you-
I mean, you came and said you would change some things. I mean, that's what I had heard. I'm just
Oh, we did
wondering.
change things. We sent you the
N-
application
n-
last month.
I'm just saying.
so
with
you're saying
whom
you
did
changed
you
from last month,
speak
is
and
what you're
engage
saying?
with?
Oh, we listened to the community since then.
These
There was,
people?
there
These
was,
people?
yeah, these
Yeah,
people.
okay, I'm
There
just,
was, yeah, yeah.
I'm
So
not,
I'm gonna represent, I'm gonna try to, I'm curious, first of all, to ask you if you have questions as a result of what was said.
well, I think that they raised a lot of very compelling statements. Again, I'm just, they have a lot of information that's there that, I find compelling, but I guess that I'm just curious, you heard, but there wasn't was there an
Did you meet with
ongoing
them?
dialogue?
Yeah, of course.
meet-
Well,
Yeah,
what
yeah.
happened, is there somebody on the other side of this that's
No,
okay?
I spoke to.
No, that's
Ms.
okay with whatever was agreed to, because typically when we have changes, it represents an agreement of some sort, but it seems,
I think this was more of a
that-
compromise on our.
okay, so that's just what I'm
Yeah.
just trying to
That's it.
clarify,
Yeah, good faith
because
compromise.
that's important for us when we discuss it, just to
We want
have a
our
better
neighbors to
understanding.
like us.
And I think that also, just hearing that even though there's the compromise, it seems like it's just a step one. And that any other step is going to be met with resistance. And it seems that these aren't, the compromises are, oh yeah, we're probably gonna change that later. I mean, and I'd rather just discuss it all now, so we know what things are. As far as what, any parameters that are included in the application. And one of the things that we were hearing is about outdoor dining,
Mhm.
and so if there's an intention to apply for that, what are the plans? And, this represents an extension of hours of operation on the original application. I mean, I don't want to come back and go through this back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And it sounds like it will,
When you say there's an extension of the original hours, what do you mean?
Because
for
the
what it
Dr.
was
Smooth was not-
previously.
Okay, so I don't know that is pertinent. Is that pertinent to what we're talking today?
Well,
It's been closed for like 3
Can you?
What's that?
Smooth's been closed for how long?
Yeah, Smooth has been closed for over a year.
Okay,
I'm
so
no longer part of that business for a
Oh,
long
okay.
time,
But
so.
I'm just saying that they're interested in the expanded impact at this location, which is a part of
We have
what,
explored outdoor dining. Even last month, we had.
Microphones, please.
Sorry. We haven't had someone come in and measure. We don't know anything about it. We don't have any plans for it. This is a small business that needs to grow. Needs to start.
I mean, that's
Oh, this is from Dr. Smooth,
Yeah, right.
okay.
Good pass,
Keep on
yeah.
going back to but this is not relevant. I mean, we have. to
Well,
focus on-
well,
It's,
yeah.
it's a little relevant because you were involved in that, so you have some idea.
Well,
of
so
what-
this gives us a rough example of what the measurements are, what would be allowed with the box where you could have seating on the street.
But if
And
I
that's a
remember
pretty
correctly,
big
you agreed to that
impact.
at the time, right?
Well, what I'm saying is that that's an impact. Yeah, but that's an impact that, people are concerned about.
It's not
And-
before you tonight.
No, but if we're talking.
But if you're-
But you know,
Don't approve it. Don't approve it. Push it through without sticks. I don't want to be like, I'm okay. I'll do that too.
What you,
But I'm not gonna
but if you
dictate
heard,
what's not before you.
yeah, but what you heard from me is the respect of our time. And that is that we would like the complete application so that we don't have to do this over and over on every little step of the way. And Donna in particular, in her time that she spends, like she's going to tomorrow, on her volunteer time, to go up before the members of the authority to discuss issues and represent this board and what we do. And the fact that you guys can't come up and give us a rough outline of what you guys want to do, and to take up the time, because this is, and telling us, I'm not talking down to you.
guys, wait, whoa.
Yeah, yeah,
wait.
but you're miss,
So,
but
Carter, let me
yes,
just- let me-
well,
let me-
what I,
Wait, let me-
what I'm saying is that you also have significant neighborhood opposition that's here, that's going to continue to be there. So
So-
working these out is in everybody's interest.
How?
So,
How
okay,
do you
so,
propose
all right, let me
with a
just,
wine and beer
okay,
license
let me,
For you, that you address something in the future.
let me just interject here for a second. Let me just try just saying something. I think part of the concern here is that the application is vastly different from the one that we had last month, right? Last month with a full liquor license going till 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock. Similar menu and everything else, but the method of, that's a totally different sort of thing than what it appears here. And if all I had seen was what appears here, I think questions would not be arising as to what the intent is, because it is the business. Look, we hear all the time, I need full liquor in order to make the business work. I need the later hours in order to make the business work. Somehow you got rid of the later hours and got rid of the full liquor, and the business is going to work. So I think that is why people are questioning that maybe this will not be working, and what is actually going to be happening here. And we do have, just so that you know, 23 letters in opposition, which is a lot. I mean, we don't often get
But it's an opposition to what, to be clear?
in opposition to having this liquor license here.
Liquor license,
To this
beer,
app-
wine,
This application.
To the
this
beer and-
application.
At the time, they thought it was like.
So some of the letters, but most of the letters say either. They actually do specify that or restaurant wine. You can see, they, if they haven't
No, we
provided,
didn't
it, they
receive.
should, right? Frank, if you haven't seen the opposition letters, you should, okay.
Okay, so I guess, is there,
Alright,
So-
so let me just, there's no great strategy here. This is what he decided after meeting with these residents. This is in
Just-
truth against my will.
No, yeah, against his will, but also with the business that we have today, starting at 8 in the morning, all the way until even 6 p.m. if I wanted to, the business can work. I know that for a fact.
okay, then that's my
So-
next question. Why don't we cut the hours back?
No,
No.
but hold on.
Now you're
Hold on.
Now you're in the conversation.
But no, but because you brought up the concern
the
as
next thing I was going to
everybody,
bring up.
everyone, so I have a
Why
business model.
waste the hours?
No, but my point is, going back to the substance, there's an application today with a very specific request that I adjusted as a result also of the conversation with this.
So just so I'm clear in my mind, so did you meet with the
Yeah, I
community?
spoke with the lady many
Okay,
times.
so
yeah.
you had some meeting with a
Absolutely.
group of
And
people.
I actually
okay.
prompted, and just like I spoke, you said there's a lot of opposition, there's a lot of favor also for something like this to happen, because there's nothing other than wanting to be able to complement a very compelling type of offering, which starts at 8 in the morning, that is very detailed in the way, we apply techniques to be able to do bakery, but to be able to do also daytime dining, because that's what I'm passionate about and what my specialty is. And the whole goal is to be able to create an environment that has nothing to do with what some I respect may have in mind, like whether it's a bar or something. That there's nothing of the sort. My father is a Supreme Court justice in the European Union. I am a former attorney in Milan. I have no interest in creating anything that is not compatible, because I know that's the reason why I picked that location in the first place, because of what it represents in relation to the creation of a brand. So this is also why, whereas in the beginning, now that I'm by myself, I wanted to be able to have the option to offer a full liquor menu. The minute that I understood what that location represented for the community, I had no hesitation in adjusting it. So that's what that really.
Francesco
Okay.
speaks of his passion. It's in that white bag, the Italian pastries that he brought and baked today.
Okay.
That's his passion.
So
Okay.
there's a lot of misrepresentation from what I hear, and trying
Well,
to point
I
out
don't know
to.
if it's misrepresentation as well as just fear, or,
Sure, but
I
my
mean-
point is, for example, bringing up the fact that there's no building permit since 2017, it's because we didn't have to do any modifications. The systems work. Why would I have to spend money into
Right.
modifying something that
Okay,
works?
Okay.
So
Okay.
Not the testimony that we heard. What we heard is that what exists does not support one of the requirements of, and that's a different discussion, but doesn't support the requirements of what.
it does
is
support, and I
required.
can
Well,
provide.
like I said,
Yeah.
I'm just saying it does, what we heard just is it doesn't support the requirements of a restaurant wine license,
Okay.
which is the full kitchen under supervision of a chef with the meals regularly available at the appropriate times of the day.
Okay, can you be
And-
specific what that pertains to?
No, no, but
I want to
I'm
understand.
saying that's just, I'm not, what I'm saying is that's a subjective, and there's,
Sure.
you know, a sushi restaurant counts. They don't have a full kitchen.
Mhm.
There's electric venting, there's a whole bunch of different
Exactly,
things.
yeah.
So, but that's, you know, a different discussion about that. And whether you had the bakery to now, you know, you would have to change those things. So the no permits is not what we're necessarily looking at. I'm just saying that that's,
When we gave it the advanced 30-day, the plan was to put a kitchen.
okay, yeah,
We're
okay.
not, we're not putting a kitchen in.
Okay,
This
but
will be-
like
this will
I
be-
said, you know, there,
This will be a TW, obviously.
okay.
That's what is that, wait, what, just. So,
The 30-day notice says, says full kitchen.
yes, so you're sending us an amended 30-day notice? Is that what you're going to do now?
So,
By email, okay?
and just to make the point though, that the design of the kitchen does not dictate the licenses, because there are different ways of meeting the requirement to have appropriate meals that are available at appropriate times, which is, I believe, what the guidance is from the liquor authority. It doesn't say that you have to have whatever,
Mhm.
and just the appropriate meals. And that's, like I said, we hear this all the time with sushi places. The liquor authority goes back and forth. Is it a tavern? Is it not? Does it have a
I'm just
kitchen? Is it
looking at
not? You know, and this has changed over time, as your attorney knows. Now, I think they make them all do tavern wine applications, but, you know, so,
This is
but.
A restaurant with a tavern.
Okay. The definition of a restaurant is very specific at the SLA, so it is a full kitchen under the supervision of a chef, but you can cook with different types of equipment. And not, so a lot of the sushi restaurants actually have tavern wine, they're restaurants, but they're tavern wine because they do not have a full kitchen. And go ahead.
A tavern
Wait,
can have a full
go back
restaurant,
and forth on that.
a restaurant, you know, whatever. It's very difficult in our community because of the many different styles of operation to walk into a place and determine, is it a restaurant? Is it a bar? Some restaurants look like bars, some bars look like restaurants. It's all like, but the specific definitions and how they're implemented by the liquor authority, eh, they've changed it in our time. And, you know, and it is all about the meals also that are available. And in looking at this menu, there are meals that would meet the requirements of breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Just when you have pasta portions, that's dinner. It is beyond soup, salads, and sandwiches. I mean, that's the limitation. So it's not quite always what people think, and it's not an element for us that really getting too involved with. What we're interested in is the impact, which is why I was asking them about what is the future impact of any expansion, because that's actually what people are concerned about.
Well, I have no interest in getting this to extend to a full liquor license. On the outdoor seating, I cannot answer right now in the sense that I would definitely commit to work with the community to have something that makes sense for everybody, since it would be on the sidewalk, which is what was done last time. But as far as the liquor license goes, yeah, I can say right now that there's no interest.
I think there's a lot to be said for letting the relationship grow between the business and the community. They'll either hate us or love us.
Okay. Or outside, we're talking about.
Outside's not on the table. Yeah, but that's, you know, it's not on the table, Cody.
You know now, and if you did before, and that's what we've done.
Of items that aren't before you?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not gonna-
It's not a new thing. I mean,
Not what I do when I'm up here.
Well, no, since COVID, but that's.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for your patience, by the way.
Good. Okay. All right. I am just going to, just to make sure, Cantiere, New York LLC, doing business as Cantiere, Hambirreira is not here, and, huh? They emailed a bunch of times. I have to look. Grata, Azura is not here. Okay, and that was. Does anybody need to take do you want to take a break for a minute? Or do you just want to go through? Are you okay? You don't need a break? Okay, so let's just go. Is that okay with everybody?
Amazing. 40 bucks for 2.5 hours. No, the longest filibuster in Senate is. Outdoing strong service. I went. None of them did. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I started at the same time as you guys did. Where is the bag? When you go out, and down, like the swinging. Later on. You know why it looks familiar? You spend a lot of time with post offices, but they're frogs in the post. That's right. I mean, it's a stupid story. Thanks for coming, everybody.
Are there 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? I mean, this is the first one for the first time. So this was an on-premise at the transfer, 12-1, 12-2 closing. Italian there. It's a, there's the backyard. They're gonna close at 11 and this is the Mulberry. It used to be, Aunt Jake's, I think.
Oh, did you look at that? That was,
What was it before? What did you want me to look at?
we passed through it pretty quick.
I passed through it pretty quick, but I did look at it.
Yeah, just well, I did not pull out that had some evolution
Yeah,
in the space itself. It originally just been downstairs.
downstairs and then
It was the rear yard, then it took over the upstairs. It's also, if you remember, we heard testimony from another attorney when we heard another application that they were operating well beyond
yes.
their hours, the previous operator.
I didn't.
And they were operating as sort of a club environment.
Which was the previous name?
Uh,
Aunt Jake's?
yeah, but it's been something else. And we heard
Yeah,
that,
'cause I
and we
think-
heard the basement,
That was
application
one of my earlier.
and further up on Mulberry Street, just recently. That we heard that they use this as an example of. a
That's
comparison
right, for the next.
For staying open later, and I raised that the stipulations here were less, and so I just wanted to, if you can mention, so that.
Okay,
So that was the history where you had,
I had the,
so they were operating.
I didn't grill them. I mean, we went through the hours.
Well, I just want to make sure that,
I did say
it's-
that they'll obtain the place of assembly permit indicating that the basement, the first floor and the rear yard will operate, because that has not been done, and Mike Kelly said that they had actually had a conversation about that today with the architect, so they were doing that, was aware that needed to be done. And they're gonna close the doors at 9 o'clock, and there's gonna be quiet music, and there's not gonna be any sidewalk or roadbed, and the backyard is going to close. So it's basically, I went through everything that was
And they-
there before.
Yeah, and then.
And it's less seats.
Yeah, and then just previously, I mean, they had
Also, at one point, there had been a bar out in the rear yard.
Right, I read
like a
all that.
tiki Thing, or whatever.
Yep,
So that's all, I'm just bringing up the issues, because these were
Right,
the sort of the history here. And then when the connection between the upstairs and downstairs was sort of open, where this says stairs to basement,
Mhm.
because I think they're operating separately or something.
Mhm.
But this is what the club environment, I don't know, they deviated the space
but they go downstairs.
from the last stipulated agreement to now, it has not been operating as it was proposed. So the question was just, is there enough definition within the current, and obviously it didn't work, which is why you feel for us. But the question is, you know, I think that whatever it is that you guys heard and that they're stipulating to, that it puts in the framework that it keeps them at what they said they were gonna do. Because we don't normally, it's very hard to force these things after the fact.
Right.
And so that's why I'm just raising it, and this place is expanded multiple, a couple times and changed, and so it's a now much bigger.
So is
location.
there, so let me just.
So the upstairs used to be a separate space, they were disconnected, so now with them all connected, it's a fairly large
It's much bigger.
establishment. So that's where I just, and every time there's been a little creep into the later part, as opposed to how it was originally presented. This is the guy from Aunt Jake's, who was on 8th Street. If you remember, I think he went down there, not the other one, anyway.
Right.
But anyway, so it's gone from daytime to be a lot more focused on nightlife, so that's just why.
Also, Donna, it was, I normally say something when they are open after on Thursdays later. I didn't because they're on Mulberry Street.
That's a fair, yeah.
I mean, basically, what they said was that they were taking the same steps as before, and I read out the part about the backyard with no music, no exterior speakers, no heaters, no cocktail parties, no exterior bars. The lights off and nobody will remain in that rear yard when it closes, and so.
So I'll just bring up, if you look at the photographs that they submitted. Of the interior, this, which I believe is the second floor,
Mhm.
looks very restaurant-y. And then when you scroll down and you see the pictures down, and this is the rear yard, it's suddenly loungy. With lots of couches,
So maybe I did
seating,
add a stip that
and then
said,
you see the basement. And this is precisely what,
right,
is the previous operator, how it was in the restaurant, so.
so maybe I add a stip in that just says the entirety of the premises will operate as a restaurant,
I mean, it was just,
That's a
that was a complicated, because even for me, when they said, wow, they're operating as a nightclub or whatever, no. That environment, it's like, this is one more thing for us to have to go do, but.
It's actually just a minor wording edit to it.
It's just big, it's big, I meant it's big impact.
the entirety, okay.
Because we have the one about will operate as
Will
a,
operate full service restaurant, so to say, the entirety of the space
And
at all times.
And we're hearing other places that are properly coming to us to expand to that use, which we have said okay to. And then we have a place that's
Right.
not, and that's what makes it very
Yeah, I mean, you
complicated.
just wanna know what people are doing and then so you can address the issues accordingly. It's not that you can't do it. It's
And it's not being against it, it's just that they're not telling us what they're doing.
Right, it's
And
unclear.
that's, so yeah, so they redid this whole building pretty extensively, in the past, which is how it changed, and that's when that guy from Handshakes moved down here.
Right.
I think to take it.
So are we denying less with this? And that's a 5?
Yeah.
Yeah. Here. Okay, and then the second one was, 222 Cassiel.
Should just specifically say they're not gonna operate as a late night style establishment. Because they're saying that they're gonna keep this operating as it has been.
Or lounge, basement, right, okay, that's.
And then they say in the first part that they're, and you know, a restaurant serving Italian food.
Right. Okay, so then crispy heaven.
Well, it's just bread. I think they're pretty strict.
And it's the South Store, right?
Yes,
That's what you said?
yeah, not the
Not the north.
lobster,
Not Ed's Lobster,
the other one.
right? Not Ed's, because both of them are on the application.
And Ed's was both spaces, then it contracted, I believe.
There's no outside, 8 to 11, no TVs. Close the doors at 10.
I think it
No
represents a
basement
pretty big step up.
Yeah. So we're denying us with this?
That was fine.
Okay. Next one. Okay, so Laura had sent in that she was concerned about the to-go food and all the to-go food. I brought that up.
I had an
It
opportunity
was
to
a good
discuss with
question,
her.
actually, Donna, because I hadn't thought of it myself, but it's.
It's very time,
I'm not
especially
eating
when they
there,
have food.
and then clearly they're not making their living from the 6 people eating there.
Right.
Well, I thought that when they showed the pictures, right,
Mhm.
which are not
Yeah, it's better.
on there, but I specifically spoke to Laura about this just before coming here.
And what did she say? Basically, published
She
in the letter.
was saying that she was concerned about to-go drinks. And what I had shared with her is that, you know, beer and wine, particularly beer, every single liquor license can sell it to go. And we never see it in our community because it's not very economical in New York City. That somebody's not gonna buy, it's meant more, that option is meant more for out of the city where you don't have a lot of delis and bodegas, but every single bar can sell a 6-pack of beer to go. But that would be a very expensive 6-pack or bottle of beer in New York
Right.
City for a restaurant because you can't change your pricing.
Mm.
So
you're
the
paying
on.
For a bar drink to go. and
Right,
it's
right.
expensive.
But if you're upstate, you know, it's a little extra, right? It's $4 or $5 for a bottle, not $6.70. So I spoke to her about that and that assuaged her concerns, and she said she was concerned about them going to bringing their drinks somewhere else. I said, well, you can do that anyway, and stop at any deli or bodega.
Right,
And
yeah.
so it's not, I don't, are you guys aware of any places doing to-go drinks?
It's not in the city.
No,
Yeah,
And never
well,
been.
Out of the
oh,
city.
to go,
to go where you sort of have to sell them with food and where they're delivered. I'm not aware of any that, like, nobody's saying,
I'm
oh,
with-
this is a great idea that we'll put it in a cup and let you buy it and
You know
walk
what?
away.
Right.
Some
$60
places
glass of
are,
wine
because
instead of
some places
bottle.
fought hard for
well,
it here.
well, can't go.
But I don't.
We just got complaints, actually, we just got complaints about, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
But they weren't selling it with the food, it's their espresso martinis, I have a bunch of.
But also, this is New York.
It's okay, I'm just throwing it out there because it's so infrequent.
But that's just the.
Part of the reality, this is New York, is that they're probably not walking out of it, they're probably ordering it takeout, and DoorDash is bringing it to them.
No, that's allowed and who cares?
Right, that's what I'm saying.
You know, because that's delivered to your home.
So
or
there's
wherever.
probably not a lot of people that's walking down the street with it.
Right, and that was what they discussed extensively, but I'm not sure that all works so great, but anyway, for this, it's.
So is there anything in particular I need to put in here? I mean, 11 to 9, no TV, background music, no bar.
There's Crispy Haven still, right?
Yeah. I just want to make sure that's not being specific, I don't think there is. I mean, I don't know what to say
No,
about
it's
that.
Sullivan Taqueria.
No, it's yeah, Sullivan
Oh,
Taqueria.
they're on Sullivan Taqueria, right.
I don't think there's anything, no. So we're denying less,
That was the one I raised them
because they have more tables than sure.
or was it Crispy Haven? I raised for them the noise that she was convincing of it.
Right, yes. She actually was the general manager, I think, at Justine's, which was on Hudson Street, which was always, it's a very nice. nice place. Okay, next one is 1/5.
The steak house, Las Vegas.
I was gonna ask them where it was. Yeah, I was gonna ask them where in Vegas it was. Email on Pleasant.
I think here, just to say, I think that the building
What's the
the,
first one?
the co-op board has done a pretty good job. Because they keep
It's so
bringing
important,
us,
yeah.
yeah, it really, they
It's
keep
this.
bringing us some pretty good,
Golden
bring us pretty good
steer.
applicants.
Yeah. And they've
Yeah.
always had restaurants there.
Yeah, and they all signed and stuff,
Yeah.
so I don't think this is 11 or
Or
2.
monitored it.
If I recall, this was.
That's a
this
nice building.
location was Mr. McNally's first place of employment.
Oh, really?
I've heard the story, and he was the
At one
captain
step?
here. And he was the captain here,
That
I
was-
remember correctly.
That was probably when it still included the corner, like that corner that's now that massive place with the.
Oh.
Okay.
Back in the 70s was part of it.
So private parties, not more than 20 a year. Maybe she does this on us, so like 2 when they have closed the doors at 10. So the thing we got was that they're open from 11 to 2, but no reservations after 11, and that the posted closing hour is midnight.
It's at 308 Sahara Avenue.
It's not on the strip.
That sounds very big.
It's off the strip. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna email my cousins.
She has to know it.
Find out where. Okay, so we're denying less on this one?
Yeah.
Doesn't look very high end, by the way.
Yeah, well, we'll see, maybe
It's
it's
very expensive, so it must.
okay, 450 Broadway.
Participated last year.
No, I actually felt, I read about this opening here, and I
Participated, I haven't gone there. It was so pretty.
a win, oh, it's past the way, it's off the strip down the other way, yeah. Okay, so 450 Broadway, they're doing the same step.
Twice.
This, I didn't have a time to kind of go back and look at this.
I
but
did,
We had a pretty,
we have
this
it,
had 3 series of expansions, right? We came to us 3 different times.
yeah,
And some of that, towards the end, was based on the operator's representation.
Yeah.
Right? For whatever it was, I forget the last, is that an extension of the hours?
it was, it's to extend the hours. And then to have DJs at private parties, they're not doing DJs, they're not doing live music.
Okay.
They're
that-
keeping the hours. But again, this is another one that the advertised hours will be no later than 11:30 Sunday to Tuesday, Thursday, and 12:30 Friday and Saturday. That was an interesting thing we were doing for a little while, and you might want to just remember that when somebody wants the later hours, and we don't particularly want, if they just want somebody to be able to sit leisurely and not come in later, that was how we started routine compromise on it.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna say that most of the principal's other locations, because we did a couple in CB2, right, or I guess it's just.
These
He's
people,
some around the edges, yeah, Mr. Ramos, is extensive ownership.
Rather than spot.
Uh, They're also in what is other location near you, they said they weren't gonna use the outdoors on the terrace at Catch. And then they did, so, well, yeah, but I'm just saying that this, and and that was an issue we had for ongoing
We still have it.
time.
letting you know.
Right, so.
Nothing's gone away.
So, and then the location at 199 Bowery had a lot of issues that was 3.
Okay, so
So.
we're okay with this. Right.
And so I'm just saying that when you say, oh, it's a low key spot, the goal here is not.
Yeah.
And he also took ownership of the space at House in West Broadway, which was the southeast corner where they enclosed without coming to us, the whole outdoor area.
It was a Mexican one
Yeah.
for a long
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Now no one knows
The-
what.
the house in West Broadway.
They've been closing glass and.
So
And
to
they're
say,
closing
oh,
the
this
window.
is fine,
Right.
is to miss that
That
we've had a lot of activity here that takes full
Well, the corner spot,
benefit
there,
of
place the
stuff.
Mexican restaurant.
Right.
Saying done it, right?
Is troubling
And
to
so-
people, because no one knows what's going on. and
I was about
windows
to
are-
say,
They don't know what's gonna go in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, they got rid of the music.
Yeah, I'm just,
No.
I'm not necessarily opposed, I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I didn't
And
realize,
then what we had was the manager.
and, yes, that,
And Principe was the first restaurant on that spot, it was the clothing store.
right,
So anyway, just
yeah.
put out,
Yes.
you know,
No,
is it bad? No, but like, let's
Right,
also
but
just
it's
be
not as good,
realistic
it's not,
about,
it's not,
It is a big space.
they're taking,
there's a
you
big.
know, their full operation and maximizing it to the extent that they can. So even though we find solace in this, like, the last seating time, it's still gonna be.
It's still gonna be, it's
successful
gonna be
place.
exactly,
So-
exactly. I think the biggest.
And
And
kind of-
maybe
so
I'm saying
Right.
physically with low impact is incorrect, it was failed.
That's exactly right, Susan, and that's sort of my point.
This
that
one's not gonna be
sometimes
failing.
when we
Yeah.
And, you know, and the principal here is very successful, and, you know, I actually use him as an example of, you know, we have not a huge number, but in our community, a large number of super successful restaurant operators who own multiple places that do a good job. And I'm always in awe at the number of people that he's responsible for seating every night for dinner in New York City, and the number of seats and the turns through that night. And to do this business successfully, you know, they know how to do that, and that's, you know, they're really seating, you know, a couple thousand people a night. Or whatever, depending, all the different groups, but you know, quite a significant number of people, so.
Yeah.
So we assume that they're gonna be successful.
Yes, that's what I assumed, it's that they were gonna be successful, so now what I saw as the issues was potential lines outside, but they have room inside, and the Ubers and Lyfts, and.
I haven't been in the space, so.
We have some inside, so we're still on 450 Broadway, but now, are we denying us with that,
Yeah, yeah.
despite our concerns about that? Okay, the next one is Spring Street Restaurant. Oh, no, maybe she was the one, maybe she's the one who was the one, she's the one who was at Justine's manager.
Oh.
Yes, she was the general manager. So this is a transfer, same hours, 11 to 2, close the operable windows by 10, no TV, background music, table, 30 seats, 39 seats altogether. Patrons use the bathroom in the cellar, that's the only use of the cellar. And 15 private parties a year. And this is the one that I didn't have any, I couldn't find it.
Where is this?
This is 185 Sullivan, I couldn't find any information on this, and I don't know how long ago this was. Yeah. Don't fall asleep on us there, Doctor.
Oh, I'm not.
Okay, all right.
I'll just put
Okay.
on my sneakers.
Okay, so we come back to this one, we'll come back to this one.
Coming back to Spring Street?
Yeah, because Carter's gonna try to look something up, I couldn't find the old sticks. I don't know if it's search. Okay, so then after that, we start going into the fun.
Then we
ones.
have some street bars, the hotel.
No,
The
we have
hotel,
Malton.
the hotel.
By the way, if anybody's interested, the Wisconsin Supreme Court results, they got half of the vote counted,
We're ahead,
and the Democrat is up by 115 points.
I know. But you know, it's not over till it's over. It's a good
Yeah,
start.
let's get rid of that. All right, so the Marlton, what do we think? No.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to.
Well, I agree with that, but that's not relevant, you know.
I mean.
Oh, but it was interesting when you started out right away saying nobody lived there.
Well, that was, not only that, when I said, and I should have opened the reso because I said, is there any other outdoor seating? But he had to do stuff, and I think isn't there a courtyard or something too? And he said, no, there's no other outdoor seating. Well, what the hell is rooftop?
Well, there's no service on the rooftop. The rooftop is just for people to go hang out, there's room service up to it, but there's not like a bar or a
Okay.
restaurant or something.
Okay, is there a courtyard? or
There
something?
isn't, there's a backyard area, but it's glassed in.
Yeah,
so
it's like,
a cover.
okay, so this is only open air.
Right.
In the middle of the road.
I did notice he said, like, guests like to smoke.
Well, I was
That was
going,
an odd
we
comment.
got sidetracked, but I was going to say, you realize that no smoking
Yeah.
permitted in these.
I slipped, it slipped by too, but I
establishments because-
remember it.
But people do smoke in there, exactly.
Yeah, but they're not allowed
Yeah,
to.
I know.
It's gonna be responsive.
But he still didn't answer me when I asked that question.
So
I mean, this is a,
What would make the difference in the hour?
So it's an hour of service. I mean, it's especially with hotel guests. I mean, I get it,
It
people
is a
come in at
hotel,
9
not a
o'clock
regular
and they
restaurant,
want to be
yeah.
able
You
to.
talk about
it.
international.
Hang on a second. They have multiple hotels.
Right.
This is for a large number of hotels. Some in CB2, some that are not. I
Right.
think that they own the Maritime, the Bowery, Marlton, they used to own the Jane. And most of these have extensive food and beverage operations. And this is a regular, they'll say, hey, we're good operators, we deserve the later hours. We had extensive conversations with the Jane Street Hotel in the past on this, and, there still impacts. We actually, I think, if I remember, they wanted a reduction when there was some sort of a change, because in that horseshoe shaped space, that there was a lot of car traffic and whatever, all that stuff, and the proprietors of Smile, which is now Jackson Bond, with the operators of that space, so it's, we have a long history with all of them. But I think that here, a lot of the arguments that were made actually give them an advantage over other places on the street, but then they said they weren't competing with them. And then it's, my other sort of bone is that the only reason they can do this on that street, because there's no standing, is that they're the only operator because they have a hotel loading zone. But having the hotel loading zone is so they can be utilized as what? Oh, a hotel loading zone.
Right, yeah.
It's not granted to them for the privilege of
Outdoor
using
dining.
outdoor dining.
Yeah.
It's for other reasons. And so
Which now those other.
I
people
think
do.
that that's right. And so they actually take away a lot. And just so having noise and the cars stopping on the street to drop people off.
Right.
As opposed to utilizing
still do that.
the loading zone. There's a lot of.
double parking that happens around
Yeah.
there ever since.
Right.
Yeah, and there's a lot of impact, and that guy is operating legally or not legally, the special event space. And,
Where's the
just next door.
That's not,
and then you
that's
have
not him
Eagles.
though, that's somebody.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is that there's often in that area, a lot of impacts.
Yeah.
Right,
And
and you
what
go further down. the
So
So
block,
then
you
they're
have the
parking
studio as
there,
well.
and so you're losing the space.
Well,
I mean-
what it is that the constant coming and going of a hotel, which he wanted to use his later hours of operation here to service some people, and this is the other thing. We heard this from the restaurant, if you go look at the existing steps, this is not a changed argument. It says that there's a staggered close on the inside to accommodate the late night guest arriving.
Right, internet.
But, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
But, and the flip side is every single person in the hotel. Because I'm okay if there's a small area to have a small bar and people come from wherever.
They
but
could have,
it's-
they have a 24-hour, because our hotel permit, anybody can not only get room service, but they could open any part of the voluminous lobby first floor that they want. Right?
Yeah.
So it's, the whole point about the outside, the ones outside is, his point was they want to smoke.
They're not allowed to.
I know, but that's.
We
should just put that- we
I'd
should
like
just
to
put
point
that
something
in
else
there.
out too, right? Realistically, I go by there all the time, they don't actually have many guests after 10. I didn't want to say that because I'm reminded, when I was thinking about noise, right? Because I have two real concerns. One is, the noise concern is real. Bay Street is very live and loud again, because it's become a later night place again. And so the more I can push those lines back to 10, the better everything's gonna be. But the other thing is that it was a point somebody made, I think, about the next application or some other application, which is like, right? He goes and he gets 12 or 11 or something.
The
like that,
woman
right?
spoke on that. So.
There are a bunch of other applications.
They'll be in
on
the next
Bay
day
Street,
asking
and
for
they're all
their
gonna be
hours.
demanding
Well,
11,
this is.
I'm
If they
just saying.
change. parking regulations.
Well, but the parking regulations affect the south side.
No, it's not standing in both unless they just change it.
Oh, is it?
It's not standing in back to whatever it is.
Wait, is it the north side? I think, okay, I was under the impression that only one side was.
It's both sides.
So are we, where are we at? Are we,
Well, here's the thing.
I mean,
I think that this has a lot of different issues to it, but I mean, 10 o'clock is not. unreasonable, and what he's saying is, well, if I get to operate at 1 out of 11, which is a fair argument, because I am a good operator, and and he
We hear
is.
this from everybody.
But
I
I
don't
think,
wanna, I'm
well,
just-
he has a, I'm just
we have
saying,
a lot of people that
but-
have a good reputation.
understood, but I'm just saying that to me, it said this was never allowed before, it's what Cormac had said, as we've expanded this allowance. But not only that, he's taking advantage of an exception.
Well, that's, yeah.
Which is the loading zone. And that a reasonable compromise is 10 PM to understand the impacts of this under the permanent program that wasn't allowed before, and the removal of the loading zone, because the give is the traffic impacts 24/7.
Right, that's right.
And that's the exchange, because what we look at is the impacts. And he has the whole hotel licensed. And I've seen this in other hotels, is that they take up the loading zone, but not all. A lot of hotels are in parking because they only had a small hotel loading zone in front.
Right.
Okay, so who wants 11? I don't, so.
Okay, does
I'm
anybody
just
want?
trying to give the reasoning, because he's gonna fight this all.
Right,
day,
he's gonna
so-
fight it all the way, so I gotta make sure that when I'm standing up there, I have something
Right,
to say
and-
again.
And to the point, just because we're doing that clarifying, it's not just that like, there didn't used to be any here before the law changed, we would have outdoor dining. Also, that street had a specific
What,
zoning special to that street
what? So
that
you-
bans specifically anything outdoors.
So
So can you
not,
explain that to me?
well, there's just in the
The
zoning.
West State Street and the little strip, little stub of Greenwich at the bottom, right? Is a special zone district, right, called a special commercial licensing district. It's a separate district in the zoning code.
Does it go over
Used to
to
be.
Sixth Avenue?
It goes across Sixth and it went up to, Christopher, right? And they stripped it out. When they made this zoning, in addition to sort of making for everybody,
Oh,
remember they had
this
the zoning
used to be
thing?
that,
Where
and,
they stripped out all of the zoning on
Yeah, yeah,
different
yeah,
cross
yeah.
streets? They stripped it out specifically for this block.
so what was it before? You weren't allowed to have any outside on this block, or?
No outside at all since 1960 something.
Really?
Yeah,
And no.
and
windows
no
for
open
them, right?
uses, no opening windows or anything
Yeah.
like that, no service windows,
Okay.
nothing. And it was done in part to preserve the historic character of the block.
Well, irrespective, was part of the universe where there was no outside impacts whatsoever.
Right.
And,
So the street is not used to outside impacts, is my point, like,
Yeah.
it is a, you know,
and this new use represents an expansion on the liquor license. It does have it actually has a huge impact on the hotel license. The impact where the whole building is licensed, because now you're doing a loading zone. So,
Okay, so we are sticking to 10, he's not gonna sign 10s, but we are deny unless he signs the 10, is that correct?
yeah, and if they wanna come back, I mean, again. I
Everybody
think
can always come back, I mean, I can tell, you can always come back, I've gotta make sure I reiterate this again with Eva and Francine to tell people that, but that's, I mean,
But
you
when
can
you
always
say-
come back.
You
can
don't
always
say
come back.
come back, though, you wanna make sure that you don't imply that they're going to get. what they
No,
want. But they have a right to.
But I also think right now, look, we have no idea how many tables and chairs are going outside. Nobody knows what this is going to be like. And I think we need to let the dust settle before we give
Yeah.
people later hours when there's nothing there, Anthony.
Well, if you look back to the old road bed on Google Maps, it seems like he's doubling.
He's
That's
doubling
right,
it. It's
yeah,
much
right.
bigger. He's going
So
the whole
there's
length now.
Yeah,
Whereas
so there's
before it
extra
looked like,
18.
it was very Yeah. small before.
Yeah.
which is funny about the going the whole length, because, you know, since he's gotta containerize his trash, I don't really understand.
And it's a hotel. A lot of traffic.
Well, they use that little bit that's left.
So we're denied unless he agrees to 10.
But yeah, but here's the thing, did these go like all other liquor licensing facts, it'll go up and go to the SLA?
We don't know, because they're gonna address
They're
that.
gonna
tomorrow.
address it tomorrow, but I mean, what they said before, what the one email we got months ago said that they'll review them quickly. We need to get them a
Well-
response within 30 days or something, once it's filed, and
Yeah,
if
we
they're
need to
not,
ask for a full board. hearing
right, if
so
there's,
that
if there's not an opposition, then they'll just approve it. So we need to get any opposition in.
Right, my point was just in the constructing of the red zone, right, we sort of need to make clear
Yeah,
that
we
we
want it
offered a compromise of 10, and he wouldn't go to 10. Because sometimes the board goes to this like, well, it's just an hour.
Yeah, but-
right, we don't want him to frame it as compromises, but he's doing.
But yes, and a part of what we're saying is that we're okay up until 10, until there's an opportunity to evaluate all
All
the
of it.
impacts.
Yeah, right, I meant.
And that represents a significant compromise between those totally in opposition. Right? In later hours, and is reflective of dining in the city. And as Chairman Fan said, it's called dining out NYC, it's not called drinking out NYC, which I think is a great, which is a great quote from her.
That's nice.
So, I think that that's a reasonable accommodation that we're doing, and we're actually giving applicants, we are not impeding them at all in getting their liquor licenses, unless there's a standing problem, like we'll see with Triana's, right, where there was, and so we have them come in, but even then we didn't slow them down.
Right. Okay, so we have our decision on this.
Yes.
Okay. Carter, do you want to go back to Spring Street? Are you ready?
Give me 1 second, I just pulled it up.
And by the way, it's not to change the subject to make it down the minute, but the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel has called the race.
The January.
Say what?
The
Paper called the race,
it's the largest paper in the state, it's called the race.
but the did, Democrat.
Yeah,
Okay, the court.
yeah. She's like
It's
12
a very
point
thin margin.
2% now.
It's a big margin. No, 7. 12, yeah.
12 points.
It's conference, right?
Focus, we
No,
can talk
no.
about this after the,
It's the
Yeah,
judge,
this is-
judge.
we can talk about this after.
Yeah.
All right, so,
Okay, so can we go back to Spring Street?
Yep.
give me 1 second, I'm just.
You want to do the room and then we'll come back this way?
Yeah.
Let's go.
All right, but Carter, don't get sidetracked. Don't get sidetracked with the Broome and use the Spring. Okay, so Broome Street Bar.
Oh, we back at Spring Street?
No, we're
No,
going
we're
to
gonna do
Broome Street
Broome.
Bar. He's
So he's
lost,
still looking,
well, he found
I
it.
have it, but I'm just,
He's
putting it
okay, so
there.
let's just move on, I agree.
Broome Street Bar. I mean, I thought it was pretty generous, actually, to send them stipulations, closing at 10 o'clock when they're adding this many. I mean, I'm really trying to just say, look, we can't fight this battle, the city's allowing it and everything else. But to me, I called Susan, I was like, this seems crazy to me.
40 seats outside.
80 seats outside, let's be clear, it's 40 in each space, and they have,
Bringing in 20 people to speak in favor of you when you have that size operations is pretty easy. They organized that.
well, not only that, we did not post. I told Mark not to post, and Mark, I'm gonna change that post.
That,
Post the expansions, I told him not to post because I'm trying to waive them, and I don't want all these people coming in here to things, but I see the mistake in that, and so we will take that back with Mark.
That's why there's no opposition.
because I was sitting here going like, I mean, to your point, it's easy for a big bar restaurant to bring in their customers. and
Right,
everything.
exactly.
But,
It's only 20
but
people.
what I was struck by was that I hadn't heard, there was nobody
That's
on
why
the other
it's on
side.
me.
But if it wasn't posted, that's why they
That's
don't
why
even
they
know.
don't have know that.
So, I mean,
So
my
I
point
will
is just
put
given
that in
the
the
number, given the number of
Place on Green Street, they came out, and, 'cause
Right.
they're aware
I
of
mean,
it.
given the number of tables and chairs and the impact that we're talking about, it seems to me it makes entirely reasonable, your point about,
It's staggering.
let's do it at 10 and see the impact before we go to later.
I mean, it's 30% more seats than they have inside.
We have the pasta place.
And the pasta place
and
is right
Phyllis.
across the street,
That's
and
gonna
Phyllis, we
be-
haven't heard from his catty corner.
We're gonna have hundreds of people outside on that corner.
Yeah. So. I mean, I think the same thing for this one, deny unless they agree to the 10, which they're not agreeing to, but I'll send an email again, just saying, we,
Well,
this is
and
what.
yeah, but if you frame that large number
Mhm.
and also, again, the 10 o'clock, right? This was laid out by her. The drinking.
Yeah,
and the
yeah,
game.
And this is Broome
And she
bar.
said after 10, we get the people who want out to
Right.
eat and drink it.
And they come for afternoon drinks and things. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And
He said,
and a number of people said that as well.
I know we're not allowed to say it, but they were one of the rudest applicants. I couldn't believe.
Well,
she was saying
okay, so
that.
to Carter's
When was
point,
the,
no,
when were
wait,
you there? Yeah.
so to Carter's point, the husband came to our outdoor dining working group meeting. And sat
Oh,
there,
not, she didn't come?
no, he came,
Okay.
and sat there and listened, and, you know, go through all the applications and point out to them, because they often don't know, well, you know, you have to have this much space from this, or this can't be here, or, oh, there's a resident, you're not only, you have to be 5 feet from that, and a lot of people have not been advised of this, and DOT doesn't seem to give a so, you know, it's just, there. And we were doing his, and it was, everything was sort of okay, until it was said that half of the roadbed, I believe this is the case, half of the roadbed, they couldn't have any coverings, because it's within 50 feet of a stop sign, a traffic sign, you know,
Yeah.
a regulatory traffic sign, and he lost it. And basically what?
Maybe that's
It
why
said
she
something
came
to
tonight.
Stella
He
on
went
the
after
back,
one
he
of the
went after
youngest
Stella,
board members.
who is the calmest, quietest, most polite, accurate, you know.
and very fair and
And
balanced.
very,
person.
very, she never raises her voice, she never anything, she smile, you know, even when she said, oh, you know, you got it, you know, there's a smile on her face.
Yeah.
And everything, and when after her, and she was extremely uncomfortable afterwards, you know, and it just was, there was no, I mean, I understand his frustration, but don't take it out on us, we didn't write
Yeah,
the
right,
rules.
right.
You know, I mean, this, it's just the
She
rules.
was
Like,
very
actually,
rude to Susan.
that committee, much
Yeah.
more than this one, has less judgment or leeway than really
No.
just.
There is none,
Yeah.
unless it's somebody, I mean, the pasta bar person got, you know,
Yeah,
talked to a little
yeah,
bit,
yeah.
but, you know, but I mean, that, it's really pretty factual, so, and just for the record, so in case I forget to say it, there are photos for the, Roman and Williams space in the drive I put in there, and we can all thank Stella, our clean measurer here, who went out at 5:30 tonight and went
Oh,
and measured the
yeah.
building for me and did
Great,
everything,
yeah.
so she was fantastic, doing that. So, okay, so for Broome Street, how, is there anything I should just,
Well,
I mean,
think
they,
that,
you know, it's the
you know,
drinking.
again, but here again, we have a insane sized roadbed dining structure.
Well, it's the
Insane.
two, it's the two.
No, well, two, whatever. It's an insane number of seats outside compared to inside. What did she say? her seat was?
52 inside and 80 outside.
Okay, and then she pleaded the economics,
When they
When
just got
she
80
is-
extra seats?
which is what, 160%?
Mhm.
I mean, this argument. and
That's how
it
you have
is
to write
just-
the resume.
Is, and saying that there's no impact because a few residents came and said that
Yeah.
they're
And these are all
customers.
people that she, I'm sure, asked. She was telling people, stand up.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
and it was also a referendum on their outdoor dining, which is not what happened tonight. What we were talking about was that this was about the impacts on a bar later at night.
Yeah.
That advertises as a bar,
Yeah.
that's treated as a
No
bar, that she
restaurant's gonna have more outdoor
self-described,
dining than
right.
this.
And I think that that's the concern, and then we're broached with, you know, we're saying, well, okay, so start it out and let's see what happens, and they couldn't have this before, the zoning precluded outdoor seating. And not only that, there's stipulations
There
specifically
were
said it.
stipulations, they were
And
in
if
a
you-
C6.
And one of the things that people are not saying here is that people are dining inside and outside
Right.
most
Yeah,
of that
right.
time.
Right.
Yeah. They
Whereas
still
the
have people
emergency
inside.
program was
All
outside only.
Yeah.
Right.
And so they actually have more seating
Yeah, that's a
outside.
plus.
And not only
Yeah.
that, it's cheaper. It is a
It's
fraction
a
of the
fraction.
cost of their internal rents. And so that these arguments of adding on some small extra charges aren't really reflective, and then saying the taxes that you pay. This is the imbalance of why this program does not work in New York City, and it's so successful in our community, it is not working outside. And that's because there is a mismatch on this valuation structure of what people pay for it, when the rents here are significantly higher and almost and significantly lower in other boroughs, and they can't afford to pay these fees, even at the tier 4 cost structure. And that's why there's no applicants. And so what we got was the burden of all of this, and it's twisted around in how they frame it, but it's super successful. Look at the number of applicants and the significant impact.
I believe,
And having 85 seats is the impact of adding this should require a 500-foot area, because there's more seating here than the average seating in a restaurant.
In a restaurant, yeah.
Right. I mean, the layered impacts here, and then to be told, oh, you know, it's unfair, it is different. Very fair.
yeah, so personally, I believe, by the way, the debate's over outdoor dining. I refer to how this area is being created and sacrificed some, right? Because it was, that's how this law works, but the idea that we're being unfair is completely not true, and here's the thing, people say that. There's a thing that's unfair, the community thinks it's unfair, we just have to think it's the right thing. But what bothered me about it, and again, to your point, Susan, I mean, not that it matters in the decision thing, so as Carl was saying, they were using it rather than speaking to this application, its impact, to try to make an ideological, larger argument for outdoor dining. As was the Malton guy to a certain extent, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, I frankly find that to be unethical of them. However, I don't think that it bears any standing on what we decide. Like, we can't ding anybody for that. We shouldn't. Right. I can think of as human beings in my own.
So I'm assuming this is a deny unless they agree to the challenge, they already said they wouldn't.
Well, and that's what I want to make sure we write this very clearly, is that we're okay with them operating until 10. Actually, maybe not okay with it,
No,
but
we're
we've
not okay
agreed.
with it, but we've agreed to.
We're not.
And that in a history of there being a long-term neighborhood partner, or not partner, business,
I mean,
and that they didn't seem to operate with a tremendous amount of complaints, that were okay with the 10 PM, and in fact, we offered to waive hearing this. And they came in and didn't provide anything compelling over what we've already factored in.
Yeah.
To this, and it's not a popularity contest. And, you know, in fact, this, you know, a lot of people have said this fairness to other businesses. They have so much more seating than anybody else will ever have.
Right.
That it actually
Yeah, that's what I said.
could
they
kill
want
the
more
neighborhood
seating than anybody else.
businesses.
Yeah.
Well,
Because it provides them such a huge advantage to their inside.
Well, it already also, here's the other thing about it, and this is, when they start talking about this is unfair and making money, things like, yeah, but. So, by giving them this, right, it means that the restaurants become, and eateries become, even the differential between their profitability and that of anybody providing any other store or service or
Right.
commercial
Well,
enterprise,
that's
you know,
what I'm saying.
grows so much bigger. That what it's
That's all we're
actually
gonna
doing is
have.
also making it's helping to
Killing
kill
retail.
retail.
Well, we saw that in the Lower East Side.
Yeah.
They eliminate all the retail went away, it's all bars.
Okay.
Yeah, and a big part of this is they have their full allotment. We have not asked. for
Carter, we
reduction.
know that, we know.
No, no, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, we didn't
What
ask
we
the
don't
things that we
hear,
did.
because, you know, people may come back to look at our discussion here, because this is, so many people
Yeah,
came
it's
out.
recorded.
What we don't
We didn't
hear,
ask for them to.
what we don't hear are all the applications that were allowed to have outdoor seating before COVID, that we are okay with, that their impacts are known.
Right.
That have their presence, and so we're not, because we're waiving so much, we're not in a position where people see how much we approve.
Right.
We are only hearing the ones we. have
Well, can't we count all the waves that
I
are-
just want to put that out there,
Right.
because we've waived
There's
a lot of
five
them.
we
Will.
waived,
That needs to be said too.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we need to count those in our stats.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they'll be written in the resolution, so, you know, if they're on the
Next
thing.
time.
Okay, can we go back to Spring Street
Oh,
Corner, or do you
yes,
want
we
to keep, okay. So Spring Street was an on-premise.
We denying this one, right?
Yes, we're
Okay.
denying this one,
Okay.
everybody, Anthony, yeah.
Spring Street.
I mean, unless, I'll send them a note that says we're denying it unless you agree to the ten PM,
Deny with the pad.
you know,
And they have to sign them though.
right.
And if they sign them, we'll also waive any waiting period that they have to wait. That was the deal, right? Is that if they sign the stipulations, they don't have to wait the full 30 days.
Is
And
that
they
the
can
deal?
go.
Then how do I, okay.
No, it's just, I mean, that's a.
Yeah,
you know, we're
nobody's
not
ready
slowing
yet,
them down.
right, nobody's ready yet because they don't have their DOT approvals, but they will be.
Yeah,
So,
I'm just saying, hey,
so then
we're-
what,
we're-
so we just waive the 30 days and then I still write the resolution, send it in?
Yeah.
So we have a record, okay, I'm just thinking through. Okay, so Spring Street, back to number 6.
So this was the Edible Analytics LLC before, and it's from January 2015.
Mimi's?
Yeah,
That's not what I got as the name, I got it as Jack and Alice or something.
and it's Edible Analytics LLC, CBA Mimi's at 185 Sullivan Street. So that was what Mimi's was.
Okay, but that's interesting because that's not what it's called on there.
Okay, maybe there was a.
So somewhere there must have been something because it was Jack and Alice on there, I think. Yeah, Jack and Alice doing business, his name is, okay. So what do you
I
want to
didn't
say?
see another, did we hear, maybe then it's
I
on
didn't
the
s-
drive.
I didn't see
'cause
anything.
it's more
I
recent.
tried searching, but you're better at searching than I am. I couldn't get anything to come up at this location. But I didn't try Edible Analytics. I tried Mimi's, I tried Jack and Alice, I tried the address. It may have been my computer, but I couldn't get anything. But on Lamp, I got Jack and Alice, DBA Mimi's. But doesn't tell me anything, other than that it exists. So is there anything we need to know about it? I mean, it was, they said they're doing the same things, 11 to 2, operable windows closed at 10, no TVs, background music. Patrons only use the bathroom. The cellar for the bathroom, no more than 15 private parties.
Yeah, but I think they've got the windows open. We've walked by it also,
Yeah.
interesting, because we don't. think they're open.
One second, please.
They had previously had tables and chairs outside that closed at 10.
Okay, but this that has no
No, I'm just
backyard.
saying, yeah, the sidewalk, I think.
Okay.
So we were on Jack and Alice, that was Jack Diamonds.
No, it's supposed to be Mimi's. Oh,
Wait,
Jack and Alice doing business with Mimi's. It was Mimi's, but if you look at
Mimi's, yeah.
map, it said Jack and Alice. So they said they'll eventually apply for sidewalk seating, but no DOT has been filed, so I probably should have nailed down that time, but what time did they have before? Carter?
They're two,
No, for the outdoor, you said 10
10,
for sidewalk?
so Van Road is much more active.
Okay. Okay, so are we denying us on this?
Yep.
And is there anything I need to say specifically or not?
I don't think so, it's, everything is in there.
Okay, you put it in, okay. Okay, everybody denying us?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay,
You did Broome, right?
yeah, I did Broome, so now we're on 57 Grand Street, I think.
So Hall.
The bar, yeah. So,
Same thing. I think that we're being very generous. given,
I do too.
Yeah.
Some of the complaints that we've had over
Yeah,
time, and
yeah.
I think that we need to put that in there, and that this application tried to move across the street. This is subject of a full board hearing. The
Yeah.
fact that you didn't post this one means this and a pasta bar.
mhm.
Means that the Grand Street Block Association did not appear before us. They were super active. They showed up at the liquor authority. A whole bunch of things. Very upset about it. The residents and immediately abutting have a lot of problems. there was significant testimony. There was no confusion from the residents over which place people belong to and the customers outside. They talked about people constantly loitering. And the issue that we heard from the liquor authority was, well, it's a 4 AM bar, so what do you think happens? Because they're already out there, and here we have an expansion of the premises that is for a bar that's gonna create an impact. And so I think that this is 10 o'clock, again, is very reasonable over a bar and the impact that's having. And all the other same reasons outlined in the other ones. And if you ask me, I'll forward you, or you remind me, I'll upload the past correspondence and.
Okay, yeah, letter.
Yeah.
Yes, I've got them. Okay, deny?
Yeah.
Unless, again, I'll offer one more time, 10 o'clock. I'm just gonna offer it to them so they know. Okay, next one is the Run or whatever it is, and that was fine. They've
And then
they've
up to
signed
10.
this, now, for them, I think I did 10 and 11, just to be clear, and wait, though, there's a reason, I'm not doing 10 with everybody.
Okay. With them,
Was the TV?
because the TV's outside.
Yeah.
And it's like the other place, if they've no TVs, all right, whatever, and they keep it and don't block the sidewalk. It's, again,
Let me just,
what it is, right? But
Yeah.
It's, but
seems
that,
reasonable about it.
and they have had,
They were
you noticed that I brought up the previous district manager normally had had numerous conversations with them one
I
on
remember
one.
those guys twice, man.
Yeah, right, yeah, so I just have.
The idea that he didn't know.
Yeah, that I just know that with, that Bob had stopped by there, cause he would tell me about it and say, can you believe that without whatever, like I told him. And he also had gone to their other location and said, I don't wanna talk to you about this, cause it's the other, you're in CB2 and whatever it's saying, but that's why I've just praised.
And Mark,
And Mark, and thank you for going over there, I wasn't sure, I just was speaking to what I knew was a fact.
Mark also
Yeah.
went to GMT too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we may have solved that one, but let us know if it's those TVs, we told him when he came around.
I hope he didn't deny them.
No, he said they were there, he didn't deny it, but
We
we
could
said
see
he
it
didn't
from the
know.
office.
Yeah.
From
Yeah,
the
we
meeting,
were all
we could
laughing,
see
we
the
could see him in
TV.
the meeting, he said, I didn't know, so he said he,
Good, no, please.
I know. So anyway, the
Is that
reason
right?
I did the 10 and 11 was because they had 2010 steps that said that the sidewalk closed at 10 Sunday to Thursday and 11 Friday and Saturday. So I kept those. I mean,
Okay.
look, guys, this is a work in progress, so I'm happy for any
All right, so
feedback
we,
you want to give me.
we have the,
Yeah.
so we're good with them?
We're good.
And what else do we have?
Oh, now you're in a
My
hurry.
battery, well, my battery's gonna die, so I just. wanna make
Okay,
sure
so
I get
center,
it.
so Howard, so the
Good.
Center for Goods is coming on Thursday.
Oh, yeah, so everybody's okay with them, right? If they close at 10, we just wanna make sure that we know what their boundaries are.
Yeah, I think the sidewalk's a problem, so, but if they close at 10, and they know that, but I want that resolved in some way, because if, I mean, I did appreciate that when I said it might be just about 2 feet, she's like, well, we can't, you know,
She said, like, we can only get a few tables.
right, so I just wanna make sure that they realize that,
Either it is. or it
right, and they have to serve from within their property line, the sidewalk.
The road bed is plenty.
Right.
I know, when they had nothing
Well,
before,
that's
they've got it
another
on both sides.
And we should put that right in the resident too.
Pretty long.
Yeah, it's tons of seats. And it's on 2 streets. It's on both Mercer and Howard.
Right. It is beautiful.
And so what, you know, I was trying to say to Donald, if they just want to remove the sidewalk for now while they're figuring it out too and just get going, they can just, we're okay with the road bed at 10 o'clock.
Well, he said they hadn't applied, but then he said if it's private property, they don't.
Right, they don't.
apply.
So, but he applies to the road bed.
No, I know,
Yeah.
but what I'm saying is
Yeah.
if
Yeah,
the sidewalk is not on public property, you
Yeah, they
should
don't.
withdraw it. Because you can't get approval for it because they haven't applied in the city.
Right,
If it's
right.
on private property, they don't have to go to the
right,
city.
right.
So irrespective,
Mhm.
but I don't think there's 5 feet, so I think.
No, there's not 5 feet.
That's why, yeah.
Okay, Tava, Del Sam,
previous stipulations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they'll sign that.
Well,
No, I think, didn't he say that?
no, he didn't know.
He didn't. Okay, so I know, because I didn't send him sticks, that's right, for some reason I didn't. I got
Because it's
fired.
the place we had a problem.
Yeah, no, I know, and I didn't know what to do with that.
And there's been some issues here.
Yes,
So
so
we
it's
had
an
a
extension,
comment. Oh, that was from you.
so it's an extension from 9 p.m. I just wanted that note to myself, so I'll get sticks for 10 and see if he signs them. If he signs them, we're okay.
That one there, real bed seating, or the tree. What is that?
Right, that was
Yeah.
fun, but they put the damn lights up.
Yeah.
He's so freaked out.
Can they have that?
Yeah.
The tree?
Yeah, they can have it in front of a tree.
Unfortunately. They can.
Yeah,
Actually,
so are we denying less with 10?
you know what, actually, let me take it back. They had no outside, the 9 p.m. was the doors and windows.
Okay.
And they illegally have outdoor benches. So, I still think 10.
Okay. Okay,
Go to River Street, you're gonna have to walk home.
then,
Okay.
Oh,
that's true.
yeah, then we have the last one, I think that's the last one, 470 Broome.
Right, so, you know, it seems to me, the issue with 470 Broome was, like, what they are in the end finally proposing here is not unreasonable, and it did seem, you know, the guy, you know, arguing that, listen, I'm a baker and I wanna run a bakery thing, you know, it seems very convincing to me. I think part of the issue is that the relationship with the neighborhood, right, it started off very poorly because they went, you know, typical Frank style for
This is
max,
Frank,
let's
I mean,
everything.
part of this is Frank.
Let's get it, let's get whatever, you know, let's open it up till 4 AM and get permission to have, you know, lines of dancing girls, you know. So, but I mean, what they were proposed in the end seems reasonable to me. The question is, do we share the skepticism that some of the neighbors have about their sincerity, and do we think this is just, the specific case neighbors made is, this is a nose in the camel's tent. They've dropped a glass of wine, and got to open it, and then it's gonna morph. There's gonna be more.
Well, it's already formed, and we've heard of more from tonight.
Right, okay.
Which was from the restaurant to the tavern
Right,
and the whole kitchen.
that's right.
Previous place.
That is correct. And he is connected to the previous one.
So,
Yeah,
I mean, I
he
don't,
was the owner.
and they also said on their questionnaire that it was open until 2024, so it's like trying to count it, maybe he wasn't involved. And
At
that's
the end.
Well,
why,
he said that
He
he had
said
been
that he
involved and
left
then he left before they
Yeah,
closed, yeah.
he didn't.
but he was the CEO, so
Right,
how do you,
walk away.
why did
He
we
was-
not hear that? So Donna, put that in your notes. Why did we not hear it if you walked away? Because if there was more than an 80% change, if he was CEO, what's the story with that? Just a question, right? I mean,
Yeah,
that's,
Rhonda
he
had a
could have had
lot-
a smaller.
Rhonda had a lot of good information.
Oh, yeah, and I'm impressed, I'm following up with her.
I am too, maybe she
Fire
can do it
department
for lesson.
The fire department, yeah.
Well,
You know, she's not gonna let anything slip by.
No.
If she's looking out of the space, she knows
every
everything.
single firefighter at Ground Zero, you know that? Every single one that worked on the pump.
What happened?
She helped every single firefighter that worked.
I
on the
like
pump
that.
By issuing them
People, their
equipment
night shift,
that the New York City Fire Department would not.
Right, and she helped the night
she
shift.
helped the night shift.
Yeah,
people, too.
and this was in the past, and
Yeah.
then the night show is the new thing, but every single firefighter, not one, not 10, not 100, every single one that worked down there.
You know, you hear a lot about like the people who should be getting awards and things, pillars of
I
our
thought
city
you said they
community.
should have given her, yeah.
What did she do? Did she advocate or how did she?
She ran a warehouse and took donations and supplied,
Uh,
this is for Ground Zero, every single
Yeah.
firefighter with the appropriate equipment that they
Thank
needed to
God.
work on the pile and dig.
I probably gave something.
Did you see that they didn't send in the.
or is Elon Musk?
But I do, you know, in defense, I think what Mark was saying, the operation is it's presented, the thing that I don't like is they're gonna come back for outdoors.
Well,
And that's what I don't like, so just be upfront with us about it and stop with this tap dancing and saying, oh, it's
They
in front of
have to
us.
be upfront, and Frank helps them not be.
no,
Yeah,
Frank.
Cause I
well,
think
they-
we
he
should also
might have
put in
been.
our agreement that we should say that we would have been okay if they had outside until 9, which was what the previous operator had, but it wasn't presented. So you know what, we're gonna have to hear this again. This isn't helpful to us in resolving these issues, and measuring the impacts and whatever it is. And as much as we don't like outdoors, if they're entitled to it.
But you're talking as if you're assuming we're gonna do the 9 less, are we, or are we just gonna do
Well,
9?
I just,
Well,
though they didn't have it, a lot of
The
people
reason
here.
that you heard various student attorneys said, well, really? You think this place, which isn't like that impactful, you wanna set it up there, you think it, that they'll get more?
That's my point, that's my point, that's my point is that what they presented is so reasonable, I think it's difficult for us to turn it down.
But they had the strongest negative reports from the neighbors, practically that we've
Yeah,
seen.
neighbors
Even
are-
though they didn't have 20 people like those
Hugely
two
against
are,
it. And those neighbors will probably come to the full board, by the way,
without a doubt.
and speak.
Well, that's a good question, so I did not, look through.
I didn't read all the letters
every
to see if
single
they're-
letter.
I did.
And what did they all address?
Did they address the restaurant wine and not the?
Yeah,
other
no, they
letters?
did. They said, most of the letters talked about both of them. A few of the letters only talked about liquor late night, you know, and didn't sort of go into or make the distinction. But a bunch of the letters specified, right, full liquor or restaurant wine.
They were against.
Yes. Now, you know, I think that from my reading of the letters, this is my interpretation, they were triggered by the hours and the idea of an alcohol-led establishment. Like if they had presented to them as a bakery that was gonna close at 9 or 10, I don't think there would have been opposition.
So,
but what they saw was somebody wants to go 1 in the morning and it's they're looking for a full liquor
For
license for.
decades, they had a
What was
coffee
the
cafe
final,
on it.
what was the final, that they offered to us?
The final that they offered to
You mean
us? I
time?
don't think he offered anything, I think he told me what his.
What is this
It's
final
not, no, well, I mean, it's not a.
What's
final-
on the amended
right,
application?
That's what he was asking me, not.
Okay, so it's 10 and 11, I mean, those are normal hours, right?
Right.
That of any place that the liquor authority.
Right,
Actually
that's
not
what I'm
giving
saying.
more, but this is a reasonable.
That's what I'm saying.
Amount of time.
Well, that's what we've been worried about that location, is that all they have to, if they're saying reasonable hours, it's hard to fight them.
Right, and you know, I understand, like, I'm fully in sympathy with the neighbors, their concern, as Tasha said, it will more, but there was a second concern that I heard expressed, right? Which, and it comes through in the letters, on all letters that talk about, this is residence and fine, we have no bars here, we have no bar. Because their concern is, it's like, this is the start
Yeah,
of a
we're opening up.
transformation
Yeah.
of their residential enclave.
Yeah.
And they're probably right.
They
But
don't-
it already was.
Well,
It already
they're probably
was.
lucky, they're probably the only block.
Like,
Right.
what I'm saying is that we're confusing zoning,
Already there.
we're confusing zoning. What is allowed versus the way they operate.
Right.
Right, this is an allowable use, first question, can they be there? Yes.
They use group 9, right, yeah,
6.
there are 9,
No, but they can change it, they changed the zoning,
okay,
like, that they may have operated illegally before, but now.
right,
You
we'll
know,
get a change.
Well, no, they just have to apply to change the CBO, and if they can't be there, you know?
I mean, there was a lot of opportunity.
But that's a
for
good point,
restaurants.
you know, Donna, actually, the CBO is not correct. I
Okay.
did not look at the CBO, can you, on this one?
Mhm.
I'll just look at it, because that is, something
So what
that,
are you saying?
no, that
Sorry.
should go in step, my computer battery is gonna die.
That's all right, so what do you want me to do?
No, it's done, it's an art studio now,
Okay.
use.
So it's use group 9, so they don't have.
Well, I haven't checked, so I don't know.
Okay, so just
This
check
is
to
what-
see
this is
about.
Because we would want that in the stipulation. That they will get a new CLO.
Right.
That reflects. Use group 6. For eating and drinking. But if it's 11, and the other thing. Is that we should be. that we're okay, but only if it stays at this, because we've heard a lot of real concerns that operation beyond this would be a significant impact. Right? That's what we've heard. And just lay it out now.
Concern about this place is reasonable. I don't think there are many other opportunities on their street for restaurants because most of those buildings are not.
But we can't
What is the name of
stop
this one?
if it's allowable.
No, I know.
So that's what I'm just.
Yeah, this is 470. It's just they don't like this person and they knew him from the other place when it was a cafe.
Or did they know the last person and he left for the same reason? Don't know. Right, and just. We don't know for sure. But I'm very sympathetic to people, as I had a brand new coffee shop on my block with seating and tables and chairs all over the amenities zone today. You know, which was like a building foyer before. And so I think, you know, but if they're allowed to be there, that's
the thing.
you know. But I'd rather address the right issues, which is
We're basically done.
this
Done?
impact
Pretty much.
is not,
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I don't know if you agree, but it's like,
So are we-
it's loud, what are we fighting? Is it gonna get more?
So
Right.
we're denying less.
So we're denying less, but I.
So, and with
I
this
have, so in
upright-
the steps you want me to put in that to make sure, I'll check the use group first, and if it's not correct, make
Or
sure. that-
just remind me too, and
Okay.
I'll take a look at it.
And then in the reso, is the points you want me to make is the strong opposition.
Tremendous.
Tremendous opposition.
Yeah, that's
And,
right.
and that we
Tremendous.
reflected on, you know, that we reflected on that in
Yeah.
our recommendation,
And
but
they-
understand that.
And, you know, accurate background information. It wasn't just like, sometimes, you know, you have a lot of people complaining, but it doesn't mean were as effective.
Well,
And so we reflected on, and realized that it was allowed to be there. Right?
But also,
I'll help you with that. I mean,
but also, you know, and as we often have in discussions before, I think, or in others before, right? That part of our finding our way to improving this, right, was, you know, was the understanding that the later hours talked about, right? Was, you know, was not part of the concept, right? Because that will be important
Well-
if later they attempt to, right? Also, they specifically said, he said, I will never go for full liquor. Now, I know that's not an enforceable whatever, but, you know, that does represent his representation of the character of the place, which will be important if he tries to change the character of the place.
Well, it's also, I mean, and that's why I'm kind of trying to get the outdoor out of them, because look, everybody should feel how it's happening, and.
The other
You
thing,
know,
so what.
he ends up with outside till 11, that's crazy. And, you know, you might want to put in there, the previous operator had outside until 9. And that, you know, there shouldn't be additional expansion, like even though it's not proposed beyond that.
Right, it's not like going down in time. You know,
I
it's
mean,
not
we're
putting the
just
later
being-
hours before.
I'm trying to be very reasonable about all this, because it's, you know, the city has decreed this, but that doesn't mean that the impacts
Aren't real.
aren't real of the full liquor side, and that's what we haven't weighed in on
So-
those things. And we're gonna wait with later hours,
So
a bunch
just-
of them
Yes.
that had later operation.
Just to say, in the email that he was put to, what's her name? Sure, the group of people, he said he's only interested in a small selection of curated wines to accompany some of the dishes for the evening. There's no intention to go past that or create something that it's.
So put that right in, put that right in,
I'll put that in.
put in that in the reso, I quote is the letter to the residents.
Yeah.
We felt that that was.
And that is passion and vision, as you said, is peace.
This chair.
Yes, okay,
Are we at? Yeah.
we're done.
Okay.
Also, may I say something?
Yeah,
I think they kind of,